Okay, we'll call the Planning Commission to order. All members of the commission are here except for Commissioner Nelson, who's been excused for the meeting. Do we have a determination of legal notice?
Legal notice has been determined.
Thank you. And do we have a director's report?
Julia Acker-Krog. Obviously, our director is here next to me, Brent Schultz, but I just have a very brief update for you. And so previously, I've brought in front of this body a discussion about a use permit 2017-0034, which was for a cell tower on Navarro Ridge Road that this body approved back in July, I believe it, or no, excuse me, in May it was, all the way back then. And so I wanted to let you know that that appeal has been settled. The Coastal Commission found no substantial issue with the approval, so our local approval stands and that permit is moving forward. So that's really just a quick update on that. So your action was upheld by the Coastal Commission. And then lastly, just as you've seen, it's a very long agenda today. So I just encourage us to keep it moving so that way we can get out of here at a reasonable time. So, and that's it. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Julia. The Commission welcomes participation in Commission meetings. This item is limited to matters under the jurisdiction of the Commission that are not on the posted agenda and items which have not already been considered by the Commission. No action will be taken. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address anything that is not on the agenda? Okay, then we'll go on to our regular calendar. Case 6A. MS 2018-0001 was continued from July 18th. The applicant is Scott Brown, and the staff planner is Sandy.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Sam Vandy Vandewater. So this project I have before you is a minor subdivision just outside of Fort Bragg. It would be a subdivision of a 10.3 acre parcel into 3 parcels of 2 acres, 2 acres, and 6.3 acres. The parcel is roughly 2.5 miles southeast of Fort Bragg, on the north and east side of Thomas Lane. It is located in the Fort Bragg Rural Fire Protection District. The parcel utilizes an on-site water and septic system as well as having PG&E for utilities. I'm going to go into key issues because there were comments by California Native Plant Society as well as California Department of Fish and Wildlife that I'd like to discuss after some of the key issues. For the first key issue, general plan and zoning consistency, the project was found to be consistent with both the general plan designation of rural residential as well as the zoning district of RR2, which would require a 2 acre minimum. Let me go to satellite. With regards to division of land regulations, the parcel was also found to be in compliance with the Chapter 17 of the Mendocino County Code. With regards to biological resources, prior to the application of the subdivision, the applicant had removed a large portion of the vegetation on the parcel. Due to this, 2 agencies, the California Native Plant Society and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, had major concerns about the environmental review of the project regarding the vegetation removal, as the vegetation was pygmy vegetation, which is a rare sensitive natural community within the county. So if I turn to our memo, we got public comment regarding the biological resources and the removal. I completed an initial study and determined a mitigated negative declaration would be sufficient. However, this MND was not sufficient for both the 2 agencies I've mentioned, Fish and Wildlife and California Native Plant Society. So they provided comment, which we received just before the meeting of the last hearing before this item was continued. So I'm just going to go through the memo, which is a response to California Native Plant Society, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as Mr. Edward Yates, who is the legal representative of the California Native Plant Society. So I apologize for the dry rereading of this memo. The proposed project was initially scheduled to be heard at the July 16th Planning Commission. However, due to a number of public comments from responsible agencies or their representation, the project was continued to this September 5th Planning Commission. Below are the responses by county staff to the various agencies. In response to Department of Fish and Wildlife, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has provided feedback on the draft mitigated neg deck for the proposed subdivision. The letter outlines 3 concerns of the MND, including the materials used for environmental impact assessment, the mitigation measures, and the CEQA hydrological analysis of the project. CDFW notes that the preliminary biological scoping letter was used as a means to assess rare plants in sensitive communities at the project site and does not adhere to CDFW guidance and protocol document for such biological reports. While the statement is true, the guidance document is not a required format for biological scoping surveys, thus a report following these guidelines is not required for assessing impacts to the biological resources of the project sites in terms of CEQA, though it can be beneficial. CDFW acknowledges that the scoping letter does document rare plants, sensitive communities, and wetlands. It should be noted that that a wetland delineation was completed for the Army Corps of Engineers and State Water Board, and a copy was provided to county staff and used for assessment. The second concern of CDFW is related to mitigation measures, which they feel do not adequately address impacts. First, CDFW states the building envelopes and 50-foot buffer for the Mendocino cypress woodlands, which is one of the pygmy vegetation, is not wide enough to effectively minimize impacts. It should be noted that there are no adopted buffer requirements for sensitive habitats and land subject to Title I of the Mendocino zoning code, which is the zoning code that regulates inland portions of the county. And thus 50 feet was utilized to still provide a buffer while also allowing for building envelopes. Second, CDFW states that the mitigation measures are not well defined and have a low likelihood of enforceability. This concern of mitigation measures has resulted in the revision in a revised resolution and conditions of approval, which are attached to this memo. The mitigation measures have been amended to include the following. Condition 4 now states that no uses shall be permitted outside building envelopes. Conditions 6, 7, and 8 have incorporated enforcement language. Condition 9 has been changed to be considered a mitigation measure. And condition 20 has been included to ensure appropriate drainage and hydrological conditions are reestablished to support Mendocino cypress woodlands. CFW also has concerns about California sedge within the proposed building envelopes and the overall status under which the species is currently considered. This status was determined by the California Native Plant Society, is not influenced by the County of Mendocino. However, at the time of writing this memo, the status of California sedge has not changed, and the amount of sedge that would be disturbed in the building envelope is significantly smaller than the larger occurrences to the south. And I'll pull up this map. So the sedge is, I keep forgetting, this green right here, whereas we're interested in protecting this larger swath down here. With regards to the concerns about hydrological assessment and the impacts of wetland alterations to Mendocino cypress woodlands, CDFW states they provide substantial evidence of how such habitats are affected by drained soil. However, in reviewing the March 25th, 2019 letter, the provided evidence is several brief statements that lightly state the impact to Mendocino cypress woodlands due to change in hydrology. Within those statements is reference to a CDFW document from 2014, which provides general wetland impact information with regards to development buffers. Many of the cited studies in the report provide recommended buffers for a variety of vegetation, and at least one study found adequacy, though not maximum efficiency, with 50-foot buffers. Excuse me. However, county staff has provided an additional condition 20 to address these concerns as noted above. There are several comments in the letter indicating concern by CDFW about the continued degradation of the project site and its resources. Should the project not be approved with the amended conditions of approval and mitigation measures, the county will have no means of preventing future impacts to the project site, as development activities may be ministerial actions such as building permits or business license. Staff still recommends approval of the project to ensure that these conditions provide the county with the ability to enforce revegetation and prevent future impacts to the sensitive species. Should the application be denied, the county will have no ability to monitor or enforce vegetation removal of these sensitive natural communities. So moving on to the response to California Native Plant Society. On July 8th, 2019, the California Native Plant Society provided comment regarding the proposed subdivision. The proposed project was visited on December 4th, 2018 by county staff and other agencies, which revealed to the county that violations had occurred regarding construction and grading without building permits. There were no identified violations of the Mendocino County zoning code regarding vegetation removal. Thus, county staff continued with the processing of the minor subdivision. The main recommendation of CNPS is to not allow the project forward without all violations being addressed and the site remediated to its original condition. However, as noted in the previous section, there were no violations of the Mendocino County Code with regards to vegetation removal and wetland alterations. The building division violations have been addressed through the application of building permits as well as administrative permit for a temporary use of a trailer. Excuse me. Lastly, Mr. Edward Yates, who is the legal representative of California Native Plant Society, also provided comment on July 17th regarding the project and the MND. In the first point regarding fair argument, I'll just skip that section. It's a brief statement. The second item that is raised by Mr. Yates is with regards to impacts on rare and sensitive species that could result from the project. The section of CDFW's letter quoted by Mr. Yates fails to include the statement that the preliminary biological scoping letter in fact provides the items that a larger biological report to CDFW standards would require. The issue is that the scoping letter is not written in a format or to the extent of a biological survey adherent to CDFW protocols. As noted in the previous response to CDFW, the preferred format for a biological report is not a requirement for a CEQA analysis, though is certainly beneficial. The third point, Mr. Yates' letter discusses the failure of the MND to consider water runoff and impacts to wetlands. Mr. Yates identifies the scoping letter as inadequate for determining runoff, but county staff employed the wetland delineation as the main document to inform staff and make CEQA determinations regarding runoff. The wetland delineation report notes that the parcel is not connected to the watercourse. Furthermore, the applicant was required by State Water Board to remediate the issues caused by grading in violation of state law and regulations, per an email from Jacob Shannon on December 5th, 2018. According to the Wetland and Riparian Technical Memorandum, appropriate wetland buffers are site-specific, and the study cites at least one case in which 50-foot buffers are sufficient. The memorandum does not specifically discuss the vegetation type occurring on the subject parcel, and despite being the minimum, staff feels the 50-foot buffer remains sufficient. Additionally, conditions have been included to ensure the appropriate contouring of the parcel to return to water flow to a level similar of pre-clearing condition, as well as land species located outside the designated building envelopes. The fourth item raised by Mr. Yates is in regards to baseline and cumulative impacts. Mr. Yates states that the CEQA baseline for the project should include the previous vegetation removal, which would therefore be included in the cumulative impact analysis of the CEQA review. Mr. Yates cites to case law that provides a lead agency has the discretion in selecting the baseline date to one other than the time at which the environmental analysis is commenced, which is the standard under CEQA guidelines. However, that same case also found that the county could select a baseline date following illegal activities on the site, in part because the county could reasonably view the application as an opportunity to bring the project under some county supervision for the first time. Excuse me. In addition, a permit was not required for the vegetation removal under the inland zoning code and the grading of the site, even if it were at a level that required a building permit, would have only required a ministerial permit. Staff does not believe these prior activities are properly considered part of the baseline of the project. In his concluding remarks, Mr. Yates states the county can and should consider and adopt ecological restoration mitigation that would achieve vegetation and ecosystem function recovery. Staff believes that this has been accomplished through the amended conditions as noted in this and other memos to the Planning Commission and is reflected in the conditions of approval and exhibit of the conditions of approval exhibit of the resolution. So to conclude, while there was a large amount of vegetation removal of a sensitive species, county staff feels that the proposed project should be approved by the Planning Commission to ensure restoration and future mitigation of any development in the sensitive species.
How exactly would that be monitored and who pays for it?
So in the,
I mean, can we do something weekly or something? This is clearly an applicant who has felt okay about doing it in the past. So I'm wondering how we actually are going to monitor it if we pass this.
so county staff included in the revised conditions of approval the following statement. The county and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife shall retain the right to visit any parcel without prior notification to investigate any report or complaint regarding sensitive species removal for the purpose of determining a violation of the condition. And that is with regards to not only the Mendocino cypress, but also vegetation outside of building envelopes that were established, which are these blue areas are the building envelopes.
And the runoff, right?
Sorry?
And the runoff is the other issue.
The runoff is addressed through condition 20, which states the applicant shall work with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and any other jurisdictional agency to contour the parcel back to a condition conducive to maintaining poor drainage for the benefit of Mendocino cypress woodlands. Because Mendocino cypress woodlands thrive in poorly drained water, so.
So Vandy, a question about
Yes.
that condition, revised condition 6 that you just read. It looks like those unannounced visits would be predicated by a report or complaint. I'm wondering if there's a way to work in systematic visits so that we're not reliant on a complaint happening in order to monitor the site.
You want me to go ahead?
Yeah, would that be us or code enforcement?
Well, so anytime for monitoring the site and such, either the commission here could be writing in which body they would want to do that. It would probably be planning in this instance as opposed to code enforcement, mainly because we've been involved with the project from the onset here. Code enforcement would be more involved if it was something, you know, such as like removal of travel trailers or something that's more underneath sort of our building division requirements. And if I may, I just want to add here that this project is also located in our MS4 permitting area. That's our stormwater areas for around Fort Bragg. So there's additional requirements that come into play at the time of building permit related to best management practices and preventing any sort of runoff from the site. So that is really that control. That doesn't need any conditions from us. That's required based upon the parcel's location within the MS4 permitting area. That's regulated through our building division at the time that any building permits would come forward for future development on these sites.
And why is that area designated? Is that because of being so close to Fort Bragg's water supply?
There's mapped areas around Ukiah and Fort Bragg, and they're really areas that it seemed like there was potential influence and concerns about how sites are developed and concentration of stormwater flows. So there's really been, there was a push a number of years ago to develop a low impact development manual for the county, and it's regulated through our building division under Chapter 16 of County Code.
And then I wondered, did staff look at 100-foot buffers and what the consequences of 100-foot buffers would be?
Staff, Vandy, planning and building, staff did consider 100-foot buffers, but that would have made the parcel undevelopable. So we were trying to balance environmental protection with the rights of the property owner to still be able to use his parcel.
There wouldn't even be a two-way split with 100-foot buffer?
With 100-foot, no, not a two-way either. What you see here with the yellow, this is already the 50-foot buffer, so it would pinch it even more to the point where setbacks would prevent any development to occur.
And would you be able, on any map, to know and locate where the Shoalers Bog is?
I believe the Shoalers Bog is over here to the northeast.
And as far as you know or can tell from the aerials or other mapping or visits, currently does water drain to the Shoalers Bog?
I believe it drains. There's a water course right here, and there is like a man-made ditch that kind of leads that way now. So I believe runoff currently does, but not previously.
And would that ditch be altered with this approval?
Well, condition 20 would require the applicant to work with CDFW to contour it back to a condition conducive to Mendocino cypress.
Thank you.
Diana Wiedemann, I had a question. Vandy, then you would require a grading permit?
The code enforcement department did cite the property owner with several violations, and the property owner rectified those with building permits. However, a grading permit was not one of them, so it was determined that a grading permit was not required.
But if you're going to revert any runoff water so that it's not doing the Shoaler Bog, you're going to be...
There could be the potential for a grading permit to be required, and we do have a condition that the applicant must apply for all federal, state, or local permits for any projects done on the property.
Right. This property was stripped by Afinito years back, and basically pretty devastated as far as, and he did that without permits way back then. So as far as trying to mitigate this property, right, I guess it's called repair the damage. The provisions for reparations for to the environment, do you feel like you really have covered that in your staff report?
County staff does believe that, yes.
And to that same question, I'm thinking that if the commission were to approve this with the amended conditions here, it seems as though the timing becomes incredibly important for when the applicant would submit the revegetation and restoration plan. And I see in the amended condition 9 that it will now be submitted to planning and building as well as fish and wildlife. I think that's a great addition to have it submitted to DFW. So it's saying 60 days after this commission's approval. So that would be for the plan. Is there anything in place or anything that we can add to ensure that the actual work commences prior to further development of the site, because the plan is a great step in the right direction. But what I would like to make sure is the restoration actually occurring consistent with that plan before development occurs?
Vandy planning a building. I believe you could add language that states prior to filing of the final map, the vegetation plan shall have commenced by that point.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, then we'll hear from the applicant or the agent. Is there someone in the audience?
I'm the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name, come to the podium and speak, state your name, please.
My name is Scott Brown. I'm the applicant and property owner. I've no real comments. I think Vandy's covered most of the environmental one. The main comment that I would like you to consider is condition 23 on the transportation. I had a meeting with Justin, I believe it was, and he verbally agreed with me. He said the road is in pristine condition. It's Thomas Lane is a private road serving about 25 properties, and there's a road association in there. Roughly half of the road is chip sealed and the second half of the road is asphalted, and it's in perfect condition. He came and inspected the road with me, and at that meeting he said the general requirement was to chip seal the road as part of the subdivision, but that's a fairly large cost. He estimated around $35,000 to chip seal the full road, and half of it is asphalt in perfect condition. So at that meeting he said that he was going to recommend just chip sealing the first half of the road that was already chip sealed and not the second, and then later he revised that to do the full road. He also, on inspection of it, the culvert at the end of the road with Hanson Road is failed, and he said that would be a better improvement, but he didn't know whether he could recommend that. Yes, it's coincidental, but yesterday I got a letter through my post box from the road, somebody from the road association, you reckon, saying that they wanted to replace the. I only received this when I got home from work last night, that they wanted to, the residents to replace the culvert at the end of the road. I was going to suggest that it would be much better for the existing residents, including myself and the other 20 odd people that live there, if I covered the cost for doing the culvert repair rather than chip seal, which isn't really of any benefit as the road is new asphalt in good condition. One, the cost is, more affordable than the other. The two lots that I'm setting off are not high value lots. They've got to have alternative septic systems, which cost around 40,000 a piece, and that will be reflected in the sales price for them two lots. There's an awful lot of other costs gone into this subdivision. The 35,000 chip seal is almost going to be probably a breaking point where I just aren't going to do the subdivision because I'm just going to be losing money on it. So I'd like you to consider whether we could revise the chip seal to do the culvert instead, which is of more benefit to all the residents on the road. And that's the only point I wanted to make.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
Yes. Would you be able to tell us what of the activities on the land here were your responsibility and what were done before you bought the parcel?
So it had been partly cleared before I bought it, but I did the majority of clearing. I would say about 25% of it was cleared before. Of the cleared areas, about 25% was done beforehand. I did about 75%. I checked with the county before I cleared it, and I was told that no permits or anything was required. It was an inland site. The site was previously, in the 70s and early 80s, was farmland, and it was completely open, green fields and farmland. All the stuff that's on there is just because it had been overgrown and left. Everybody keeps mentioning grading permits. There's no grading been done at all on this site. The only grading that could be classed as grading would be that drainage ditch on the top right corner there,
Right.
which is a small ditch to help the flow of water at the back. That water doesn't connect to the bog. It doesn't even go off the property. It doesn't go into a soakaway or anything. It just stops.
But it's only been there 1 year, right?
The drainage ditch has been there about 18 months.
So you haven't gone through a lot of wet weather?
It's gone through all of last winter.
Right, only one.
Yeah, so one winter. That doesn't overflow onto any adjacent properties, and it doesn't go into the bog at the back either. I'm using my parcel for agricultural purposes. I've got sheep, goats, chickens, various animals on there. It's been seeded with grass. Obviously, there's going to have to be some meetings about talking about replanting, because if I can't use my property for what I want to use it for, then I'm not going to do the subdivision. But that'll obviously be part of I mean, I didn't want a 6-acre parcel so I could have a half-acre house and the rest of it unusable. You know, there's got to be a balance between the two. It was an inland site. I checked before I bought it. It wasn't a coastal site. I was told, you know, it previously been farmland before, and I've talked to many of the neighbours. And as I say, in the 70s and 80s, this was open fields and farmland. Most of the vegetation that was removed off there was very poor quality. You know, it was scrub and brush and poor quality. The nice trees on there was kept. Most of anything that was over about 12 inches wasn't removed.
But your opinion of what's valuable and
Yes, everyone has an
fish
opinion.
and wildlife is different.
Of course.
Yes.
But if they wanted this property to have nothing on it, they should have bought it and put it into some form of trust. You know, it was a developable property. I was told it was zoned to build a house per 80,000 square feet, which would have allowed up to 5 houses on the property if I wanted to develop it that way. It was suitable for subdivision. It already had 3 wells approved and installed on the property, because I believe the previous owner, Robert Avanito, was going to do a subdivision on it, but he never did. Well, there were some reasons around there. All the accesses from the road were already existing, so it already had the asphalt road, the turning circle, the driveways going to each of the 3 properties.
And there are no other ditches other than the one up to the
That's the
north?
only ditch that I dug on there. There's a green line on the bottom part of the map there. That's an existing. It's not really a ditch. It's just the shape of the land. That's the natural shape of the land, because the neighbour to the, I suppose it'd be the south of it, their property drains into that what they've marked as a small wetland, which is really just bad drainage. And then that naturally flows off, and that then flows onto the next property behind us. I mean, the properties on either side. I've got houses on 3 sides of me. There's only one side that's not developed. And I've already built a house. I'm in the process of building a house on my parcel.
Scott, I had a question. Why was the drainage ditch installed?
To improve the drainage on the site.
But I mean, it looks like the water goes from your property onto the adjacent property, or is that
No.
your property also?
It's all on my property, the drainage ditch. It doesn't take. So I'd intended to take the property naturally slopes towards the north corner.
Uh-huh.
So I was basically just trying to improve it, because I put grass seed down, and I'm trying to improve the quality of the soil. That drainage ditch was a little bit of an afterthought. The excavator was digging the footings for the house, so I had a couple of hours free, and I thought it would improve it. It doesn't really actually drain anything. The water doesn't really flow into that ditch. It doesn't provide very much flow, so filling that ditch back in wouldn't be of any impact to me or future owners of that site. The main one that does carry the water is the existing, the one that's green on the bottom parcel there. That actually does flow during heavy weather.
Can you point to when you're referring to that on the map? Can you use a pointer? And not let the planner do it.
Okay.
You're,
The green lines here.
the ditches and the drainage and
So they're the existing. They were there when I bought the property. That's the natural shape of the land. I haven't changed anything there. The yellow one at the top is the one that I put in. As I say, and it doesn't really do anything. And now that's been designated as wetland, none of that's been touched since we started anyway. Most of that's actually started regrowing. There's already trees 2 foot high in that section.
why did you put it in?
To improve the drainage. I thought it'd help take some of the surface water towards the back of the property.
Right.
The land
You're
is all
saying
clay.
two things. You're saying it doesn't really do anything drainage-wise, but
Yes.
you put it in because
I thought
the
it
need
would.
for drainage.
Yes, I thought it would improve the drainage, but it doesn't. That section's still wet.
Vandy, what violations were issued by the county on this project?
Vandy Planning and Building, excuse me, the violations were for constructing without a permit and having there's a travel trailer that Mr. Brown is currently residing in during the construction of his residence, which he was required to get an administrative permit to allow for residing in that trailer during construction.
So when you say construction, are we talking about, I mean, did he put in,
A single-family residence.
so
It's being-
single-family residence was started?
It's currently being constructed.
Okay.
But it wasn't on a violation. I obtained the permit before I built the house.
Okay,
So
okay,
the-
so
the
let's clear this up a second. So what happened here?
So the violations that they alleged was that I had a travel trailer on there that I was living in, that I had a shipping container on there, and that I'd put grading work. They dropped the grading one because there was no grading done, and I obtained a permit for the travel trailer while I built the house. I also at the same time obtained the permit for the house, which I then started after I'd got the permit. And the shipping container is still there, but it is part of the house permit that I have that removed before I finalise the permit on the house.
Okay,
So I've got no violations with regard to.
thank you.
Just on the permit, so when you obtained a building permit, how far along were you on your house?
I hadn't started it.
Oh, you didn't start it?
No.
Then why was there a violation for a building permit?
Correction, it was for the travel trailer and the shipping container. Apologies.
Oh, okay.
I had a question, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's on the northerly parcel. Is there a travel trailer on that site now?
At the moment, I've got three travel trailers on the property.
Are they permitted, or are they just there for storage, or?
One's storage, one's permitted, and one I'm in the process of moving.
I'm sorry, in the process of getting a permit?
Getting it removed, yes.
Oh, getting it removed, thank you.
If I may, through the chair, we have Code Enforcement Interim Manager Trent Taylor here, who just came over with information about the case that was done. So if you don't mind, I can just let him chime in on where we're at in terms of violations on this site, what's been resolved, what might still be hanging out there. So I'll let Trent take it.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Trent Taylor, Code Enforcement Manager, Mendocino County. Back on September 10th of 2018, we issued a notice of violation personally served to Mr. Brown for 5 different violations on the property. One were the RVs being lived in, and he eventually got an administrative permit issued because he applied for a Class K residential building permit that it made him eligible for administrative permit. It's my understanding there's still some trailers on the property. He can have one in dead storage. We were recently going to go back out and do a further inspection of the property. We haven't done that yet. We also issued a permit for solar panels. He came in and subsequently got a permit for after the fact permitting of the solar panels. That permission is issued currently. And then there are some shipping containers. He either had to get a demo permit or permit those. We haven't seen either of those things happen. Then the next violation was for water lines that were plumbed in without a plumbing permit. We haven't seen any application for permit on that. And we also issued him a violation for after the fact grading, and we haven't seen a permit for that either.
So
I guess to get this clear then,
That's not
you
correct.
are requiring a grading permit?
Correct.
Okay.
I had a meeting with the chief planner at Fort Bragg, and they accepted there was no grading had taken place, and there isn't any grading that has ever been done on the property. The water lines, it's a condition of it's actually in the conditions on my permit for the Class K house that the shipping containers to be removed before it was finalised. That's how that was resolved. And the water lines, similar, are inside the house permit. So as far as I was concerned with the meeting with planning, it was that all of them had been resolved way over a year ago.
So Julia Ackerkrog, Chief Planner, and I'll just chime in here that certainly some items here we did include in the revised resolution that's in front of you. There are some conditions of approval that still address some of these outstanding violations. Certainly this body can make that a condition of permit approval, that all outstanding violations be resolved. I don't want to spend too much time necessarily on the violations topic to really then think about this subdivision that's in front of you, because the violations, these are really ministerial actions that are handled outside of this subdivision application that's in front of you today.
It's just a little hard to separate it all out, right? I mean, you know, somebody's coming in asking for a subdivision, and the track record is muddy, right? Just that.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. We may be calling you back, Scott. Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this item? Please come to the podium and state your name.
Hi, my name is Renee Pasquinelli, and I represent the California Native Plant Society. One thing I kind of want to clarify, and respectfully, Vandy, I know that you met with us and we tried to provide information on what makes a Mendocino cypress woodland, the pygmy forest. And there has been a lot of work in recent years to better define that community. One thing I think I want to make really clear is the whole drainage issue is a significant issue for building, and the fact that it is not just surface runoff. What happens in these environments is that because they're relatively flat, they have a shallow hard pan beneath, so during the winter they sort of serve as a sponge, so they soak up water, and that's not just all surface water. It's, you know, in a pretty shallow soil area. And so what happens then in the summertime is that that water then slowly drains to feed the downstream stream channels, feeds the city of Fort Bragg's water supply, feeds the Noyo River, feeds the Shoalers Bog. So it is in fact not just a situation of surface drainage. And I think that that's part of the problem and what's trying to be addressed here. I appreciate that the county is trying to put in a condition that the drainage will be maintained in this flat condition so that it maintains this rare natural community. However, keep in mind, that is not conducive to building. And as Mr. Brown has said, you know, he's already put in drainages to try to drain the water off. We have a conflict here. If the county is proposing a condition that water stay on the site to protect pygmy forest, that's not conducive to building. So I think, again, and I appreciate that the county staff has gone through pains to try to come up with mitigation measures to make this a mitigated negative declaration. The reality is there are significant impacts that cannot be mitigated. It is not a mitigated negative declaration. And so that would mean, as far as an environmental document, and what our attorney tried to say as well, is that pushes it into the EIR realm. It puts the county in that position to make that decision of whether or not alternatives can be looked at and whether or not significant impacts can be accepted as a higher good. So I'm just wanted to put that information out there as clarification. It really is a problem site. I feel for the developer, but the reality is that it's a site that has supported a rare natural community that grows in these very limited areas on the Mendocino coast. It is special from that standpoint, it's problematic for development, simply from the physical and hydrologic factors. One more thing that I wanted to say regarding the biological work that the consultant did for the property. The California Native Plant Society, we do have scientific volunteers, Teresa Scholars being one, who taught on the college for 40 years, and also Dr. Peter Bay, who has contributed to us a lot. So a few days ago, and I apologize for it being late, Dr. Peter Bay was able to review the wetland delineation report, which he found to be severely inadequate, and it was based on an invalid assessment. It was not done during the right time of year, and it did not consider this alternative analysis, which is used for properties where the vegetation has been cleared. So I did submit that for the record. We also submitted it to State Water Quality Control Board and also the Army Corps of Engineers. So at this point, the mitigated neg deck is being based on also faulty biological and hydrologic work. And that's our position from CMPS. And I wonder if you have any questions for me.
In your opinion, is this something that there would be some way to mitigate it? Or is this just a site that is not appropriate for development, or where is your organization on this?
Well, honestly, it really is a problem site that is not appropriate for development. And I think a lot of it, again, has to do with the hydrology, the wet soils, et cetera. From the standpoint of mitigating it and talking again about a mitigated negative declaration versus an EIR, given that the difficult hydrologic conditions that support this rare community, could it be mitigated to a level of less than significant? And I think the answer is no. So then it becomes the decision of whether or not the EIR, which would be a determination that, in fact, we understand it can't be mitigated, we've looked at alternatives, and we still feel that this project should move forth knowing that there are going to be significant impacts. So I am not a CEQA attorney. Our attorney commented a bit on that, but it does really, I think, come down to also the reality and the truth of recognizing what constitutes the pygmy forest, what are significant impacts, what is repairable, what is not repairable, and what the county wants to do about these rare natural communities that really are problems for development. CMPS has offered to work with county planning to work on ordinances, which would, better help protect these overall and maybe inform landowners before they purchase a property. But we're not there yet. So we're kind of at a difficult point.
I have a question on other areas around there. Again, it's a developable area with 19 parcels that have been developed apparently there.
Right.
Were there other areas where there was this natural habitat that may be going back further than what you know about, but were there other areas that have been cleared in the past? Do you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that whole subdivision in there, and I've gone on several field trips with Teresa Scholars to the Scholars Bog, and so to answer your question, yes, in fact, there's been a lot of impact, and that's why this habitat becomes more and more rare, because it has been destroyed, and no, it hasn't been mitigated. But so one of the reasons why Teresa Scholars' husband worked very hard in the 80s to purchase this bog property and to protect it was because they were seeing a lot of these other parcels get eaten up. And the Scholars Bog is even more rare because it is kind of this bog condition, which there are only 9 acres in the world remaining of. And so he was able to get coastal conservancy money really to protect the Noyo River. It was fisheries money. Because again, this recognition that these habitat types, you know, they're like sponges, and that bog also has sphagnum in it, actually, you know, what you use to hold water for your plants and garden plants. But they actually serve as sponges in the wintertime, and then in the summertime, that slowly seeps out and supports fishery streams. So that's why Coastal Conservancy fisheries money bought that Scholar's Bog. So yes, the continued development in that area is whittling away at this rare natural community, but it's also overall affecting the downstream domestic water sources.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Come forward, please state your name.
Good morning, I'm Gordon Lepick, a Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I'm here to talk about this project about rare plants and a rare and strange forest type found only here. And it bears the county's name, the Mendocino cypress woodland, the so-called pygmy forest. But first, I wish to put this into a broader perspective by saying that Mendocino County is a gloriously beautiful place to visit, and I say that with decades of experience. Folks flock here from all over the state and the world to hunt and fish, hike and boat, eat and drink, and to just plain relax and take in the beauty. Visitors see in the county the same thing that the locals do. A vast landscape of vineyards and ranches, redwood forests, rolling hills of oak and grass, a famously beautiful coastline, and small remote communities, fun, eclectic, and diverse. If all that were not enough, the county also bears some responsibility to help protect your many wild and scenic rivers and streams, salmon stocks, and other fish and wildlife resources, such as hundreds of rare plants and the Mendocino cypress woodland, a highly distinctive forest type where the soil is paper white and iron hard, and where 100-year-old cypress grow only as tall as you and I. This project removed 10 acres of the Mendocino cypress woodland without any environmental review. From what we have reviewed in the MND, the impacts are not sufficiently mitigated or addressed. Currently, the county has no effective means to protect this rare forest type or other rare habitats through zoning, land use, or permitting outside the coastal zone where most of it occurs, though the general plan extols its values and protection. We are meeting with Director Schultz and planning staff to begin developing a solution. But in the interim, our department has submitted 2 detailed letters on why this forest is rare and valuable and how it is threatened by clearing and development such as this project. So the Commission knows well our concerns. We recommend the Commission not approve this project until an effective and enduring conservation strategy is in place. And I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I think the Commission is faced with a difficult decision today because if we take your recommendation to not approve at this point or to require further environmental analysis under an EIR, we have to wonder what happens to the site, like what happens to this site that has already been cleared. Will it be restored? So on the other hand, if we were to approve this request for a subdivision with all of the mitigation measures put in place, including an attempt at restoring the hydrology and to also restore those native plant communities. At that point, the county has some teeth to, let's say, enforce the restoration. So you see the difficulty in that decision, and could you comment on that?
Yeah, I'd be delighted. Thank you. First off, the department staff have not been privy to the latest versions of what you're discussing. So we haven't seen it and reviewed it. But what I have heard a little bit here were dubious or quite doubtful that those mitigations will be effective. And again, I'm speaking from a lack of specific knowledge of what's on the table right now and what you're looking to approve. But the idea that that subdividing the land and into yards and surrounding the yards with fences and gates and basically having a standard yard where folks have dog runs and park RVs and boats and do the usual things that people do in their backyards. I'm unclear, for one, whether that's considered development. So in other words, is parking an RV on a rare plant, is that an enforceable action under what's being proposed? And how would the county or the department, and we're supposed to enforce your code, which we have no ability to, how are we going to document that there was a rare plant there and that it was removed by putting a compost pile on it, or a dog run, or just parking cars there? So we're really unclear on the specifics, but our general sense is that the mitigations and the restorations that are being proposed are quite conclusory, and we're not sure that they're really backed up by a detailed enforceable plan that will be effective in the long term. For instance, what happens if they plant all these plants and they die after 5 years? Who enforces that? There is talk about having a note on the deed, and I'm not sure exactly what that means, but if someone builds a house and they live there for 20 years, and then they pass on and they give the house to their children and they live there forever, when is that note on the deed actually called in if someone were to violate the note on the deed? We're not clear on that. Again, the county doesn't have drones, and you're not going to be out there inspecting this property all the time. And by and large, when people have yards and backyards behind fences, I just don't see county code enforcement or the department going out there and having the staff or the resources to regulate and inspect and ensure that the conditions are kept. So that's a concern we have. We also feel that this isn't a takings, as are so many other projects might be, where this project proponent is already building a house. So the subdivision does not relinquish him of all use of the property. I just throw that out there.
I have a question. If this subdivision were not approved and the property owner went ahead with construction of his house and the other parcels were there, in your opinion, if they were left as is, how would the property be improved to the point where it was when the pygmy forest was there?
Replanting and restoration of Mendocino cypress woodland is a tall order. It can be done. We don't have a lot of good examples of restoration, but if the soil, that hard pan, iron pan soil hasn't been completely removed or graded, it can be replanted. And so there is the possibility that the entire site could be restored. I think it would be expensive and time-consuming, And, you know, again, when the gentleman, the project proponent talked about the trees of little value, we're talking trees that are, could be well over 100 years old and 6 feet tall. So restoration would take a great deal of time to get in there and restore it.
Time and
But
money.
it can be done.
Time and money. And
Time and money.
who would be willing to put the money in to restore it?
Well, I believe that the discussion on the table is that the project proponent will be replanting the site. I would leave that to county staff to provide more details, which I don't have, of what the planting regime would be. I can say that earlier on, we reviewed earlier drafts of the M&D or county documents where it didn't specify very clearly, it just said California native plants. We don't know whether they're native to San Diego or native to Mendocino County or, you know, endemic native plants to Mendocino cypress woodland. How many, what the survival rate will be after 5 or 10 years, what the monitoring plan will be, who will be enforcing and reviewing the monitoring plan. All those details I would leave to the county to provide more insight.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, Vandy, Planning and Building. So if that's one of the reasons why we're recommending approval is because we want the revegetation. If the subdivision is not approved, the county has no tools whatsoever to require Mr. Brown to revegetate the property with cypress woodland. So that's, and we did amend the conditions of approval, and a copy was provided to Daniel Harrington, I believe 2 days ago. Unfortunately, we've been working on this for a while. But one of the languages, or for the revegetation and determining a good plan, we did add language that the plan would have to be submitted to Fish and Wildlife and to their satisfaction.
Thank you, Vandy.
You know, Diana Wiedemann here. I have several concerns, but creating 3 parcels, 2+ acres each, I believe, more or less. 2 of them are for 2+, and then the larger one, 6.3. On 2 acres, that's about 100, almost 100,000 square feet, that you're going to allow for each new parcel a possibility of 2 houses, full-time residences, any type of accessory dwelling units, meaning barns, garages, etc., plus whatever fences, and what's left on a 2-acre parcel of what is allowable build-out. Plus, I believe the septic system alone will be taking up quite a bit of square footage. So this is a comment. It's not about needing any feedback. It's just a comment on some of this, when we're looking at creating, I would be more comfortable if this was just leaving it in its natural 10-acre state for the conflicts of environmental issues that everything's been talked about. I would be even secondly more comfortable if it was just a parcel split. It would allow the landowner some type of compromise, still bringing into the system of oversight for revegetation. But that would be like a 6 and a 4 versus, and a 4-acre piece. They're not that big when you're allowing full outbuilding development.
If I,
Through the chair, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I appreciate the comments and the start of discussion on the item. I think if we can get through public comment and then go to deliberations among the commission.
Well, it was about vegetation, replanting. I was trying to, since we had, that's what it was tied into.
I agree, it was on point. I was just thinking, if there was a question to the commenter, if it is just deliberations, we can keep that till after comment is closed.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wished to address this item?
Can I make a point?
Yes, please.
It was just about all this
Oh,
emphasis.
excuse me, state your name again, Scott.
Scott Brown, the applicant. The gentleman said it was pygmy, 100-year-old, 6 foot tall. That's not what's on my property at all. The trees that were removed on there were around 60 to 80 foot tall. I've got trees that are over 100 foot tall on that property, and they were 40 years old. It's not 100-year-old 6 foot pygmy trees. It's full-size trees. All the perimeter, what's existing there, Vandy's been and seen the site. The average tree on there is over 60 foot tall. They're not pygmies. And my environmental consultants who did the report said there's only a very small portion of my property, like 1/4 of an acre, that may have been pygmy. The rest of it is full-size forest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else from the public? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and have discussion with commission members. Molly, would you like to start?
Sure. Not real inclined to give the benefit of a subdivision to this property owner. I find it very sad that this property owner didn't care enough to do any research, apparently, on his property before he took action. What will happen if he doesn't get a subdivision approved? I have no idea. Probably he'll have to sell it, and maybe another buyer would be a better option for the sake of the environment. But I won't make a motion to deny the project without an EIR, but I think we need to have an EIR. I cannot, and I appreciate staff's work and your intentions, but I can't support the environmental finding that's in the staff report. I think it's number 4, 3, 4, and 5, or I'll find out. So that's my thoughts right now.
Thank you.
I think it's, I'm familiar with the area, having grown up on the coast. There's a large number of people that actually have developed parcels in this same, I believe the applicant was referring to Transition, which is an area that you'll find redwood Douglas fir and pygmy mix. And at this point, I don't think I can deny something like this when the county is actually continuing to issue permits for people. And if the applicant purchased this property with the idea that he was going to be permitted to develop a subdivision, I don't, and what the county has proposed, which is over and above anything I've seen when it comes to developing properties on these types of soils, I would vote to accept the proposal.
Thank you. Other comments?
I feel by creating 3 parcels on land that is so compromised is a problem. And I would feel better if it was a parcel split. And I don't understand, when you, I just want to address what my fellow commissioner just said. When you buy a piece of property, there is never a guarantee you can get a subdivision, no matter if you go to the county planning department and say, do you think I can subdivide this? It's RR10s and, or I have an RR2 designation, I should be able to get RR10s. That's not real thinking. That's just, there's so many layers to get an approved subdivision. So it's not an automatic. And I think it's important for, hopefully, real estate people who sell property, that they get that message across. It's complicated. You have the right, might have the right zoning, but there's a lot of layers. So I have a different perspective than that comment. But in this case, I feel I think it's too much density for what the site can hold. That's my, for the environmental conditions of the site.
If I may, through the chair, Vandy, Planning and Building. So you had previously mentioned that they would be two-acre parcels, which is correct, but there are building envelopes. So really, the developable amount of land for one of the 2-acre parcels is 0.3 acres, and the other one is 0.43 acres. So you're not even getting half of those 2 acres to develop on. Just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you.
But they would have all pertaining rights like second residences and outbuildings and such,
Well,
right?
so second residences are not a permitted use in the county anymore. We have accessory dwelling units, which have a maximum square footage of 1,200 square feet. So you could have a main residence, and then the second, what would be considered a second residence is an accessory dwelling unit of no more than 1,200 square feet.
And if I may, that would just need to be all located within the building envelope, to be clear. So it's not that an accessory dwelling unit could be built outside of this building envelope. This is really intended for all future development on the site goes within those designated building envelopes.
The accessory units, though, let's just, it's a language thing. We limited it, it used to not have a limit, as everybody knows.
Correct.
And now it's 1,200. But it acts as like a second residence for the most part, because it can be a full-blown residence.
And that was the purpose of
Yeah,
accessory
exactly,
dwellings.
exactly, right.
If I may, through the chair, I would also like to add that the revisions to condition number 4 would prevent any use as defined by Title 20, Title 20 of the Mendocino County Code, which would include parking, storage. So if he wanted to store a boat, it would have to be within the building envelope. He would not be permitted to store any vehicles, structures outside the building envelope. With regards to
Vandy,
animals, that's a bit more tricky.
The areas that can be developed, can you go over that again? Because, we're looking at a 2-acre parcel, but out of that 2-acre parcel, we're talking about 3/10 of an acre?
So here's the proposed subdivision. Sorry that it's sideways. Here's the parcel that Mr. Brown would be retaining, and these are the 2 proposed divisions. So going back to the building envelopes, you have these blue areas. So these are the 2 separately proposed parcels. And then Mr. Brown would be retaining roughly an acre out of his 6 acres to develop on.
And how much would be developed on the other 2 parcels?
Up to 0.3 and 0.43 respectively.
Okay.
And what is that building envelope to the south?
That is just a building envelope that the applicant proposed to allow for use. That was outside of the buffer from the wetlands and Mendocino woodland, cypress woodlands.
Thank you.
That's another building envelope of some sort? Is that other blue box?
Correct. These 2, this one right here, which is 0.67 acres, and this one to the south, 0.3 acres, would be for the property owner, for the applicant to retain.
Would that be large enough for an accessory dwelling unit?
Yes.
Thank you. But there would also need to be a septic on that property, is that correct?
Correct.
And those are those above-ground septics.
If I may, through the chair, I'll just note that Mr. Brown, because he did obtain a building permit for a residence on what would become that remainder parcel, the septic system has already been installed for one of the primary residents that would be going on this site.
Okay, the one at the end of the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
But not the one on the southerly part, is that correct?
I would have to look at his building. I don't want to misstate. I'm not sure exactly which one of those building envelopes the structure's going in. I believe it's the one that's noted as the 0.67 acres. I want to say the larger of the 2 on his remainder.
Well, I guess my concerns about this are, I'm very sorry that the applicant got kind of a misrepresented thing, but I am cognizant that this is part of the drainage that feeds the Fort Bragg water system. And I'm not sure when is the appropriate time to stop doing this. I mean, I do feel for Mr. Brown's property rights, I do, but this is an almost irreparable problem, and I just don't see how, I don't see the capacity or the inclination of the county to do this enforcement. This has clearly been a jiggered up property for 25 whatever years or something. And so that for me is more of the problem, is that we don't seem to have the capacity to stop this happening, except by saying no. And I don't know, it's a tough one for me. I hear your argument about getting them under the enforcement thing, but nobody has answered me about how exactly this will be enforced. And until I hear a specific enforcement plan, I'm sorry, I am unconvinced that we have either the resources or the inclination to do it.
I would just add to that, giving the applicant the benefit of the doubt here, because it sounds as though when he did have his conversations with the county about whether permits were required for clearing, the answer was no. That for development of a single-family residence, perhaps he was in compliance once the violations are cleared. And that the issue at hand is that the subdivision, the proposed subdivision, raises another level of scrutiny, which is, subject to CEQA. And so we're dealing with a whole other level of analysis and data and what our state agencies say. And I think that's where the problem is coming in here. That's where the conflict is. And I think especially given that there is, according to Native Plant Society, studies based on faulty data, faulty analysis, as well as a lack of ordinances or other enforcement mechanisms to protect our Mendocino cypress woodlands, which it sounds like is something that the county is working towards. It's a similar problem that we have with the protection of our oak woodlands, and that effort is underway as well. So we're getting there. I think the conflict, again, is that this project comes along now when we don't have those things in place. And so we wind up in conflict here. And because of that, I believe that I'm leaning toward wanting to see further environmental analysis and not being able to accept the MND on this project.
So it sounds like it would either be a denial or a request, a requirement for an EIR before approval. And perhaps an EIR could show that a 2-acre or a 2-parcel split could be supported, and perhaps not. But I do think we just need to verify that the plan staff has come up with is workable, or if it isn't, not to approve it.
And hopefully an EIR could also shed some light on whether or not this is a true pygmy site. I mean, there's a
Right.
debate.
Right.
There's a debate over what
Exactly.
was here.
Right.
What's supposed to be here.
Right.
So
And
at
then,
this,
and then we'd be sorry we said no. So,
so at this point, we're looking for a motion of,
okay, I'll make a motion, and I may need help from
Actually, but
county council.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, if we could, just before we do a motion, I'd like to at least know put the conditions of approval on the screen. If we can take a 5-minute break to do that, just so it's a known, the audience did not have an updated packet with the red lines to the conditions of
Gotcha.
approval. I'd like to at least have that up, so for the next part of the discussion, if the commission wants to review those, or people can have the ability to take time to look at the packet in the back, to review those as well. So we can take 5 minutes and then get back to the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break then. We'll reconvene with the Planning Commission meeting. Can you hear me out there? I guess you can, okay. So we were to the point, I think, that we are finished with discussion and waiting for a motion.
If I may, through the chair, during the break, staff discussed amongst ourselves as well as discussed with the applicant about the discussion that's been had here today, some of the concerns associated with the recommended conditions of approval in the environmental document, and at this time the applicant is requesting a continuance of this item to a date uncertain to work with staff on some of the concerns presented here today.
Took us off the hook, didn't you?
Do we still have the option of requiring an EIR?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think going through the concerns raised by CDFW and CNPS, we'll be part of this process, and we'll see where the applicant wants to take it from there. The applicant may decide simply to not continue with the project. He raised his own issues with the DOT requirements regarding the road. So that's one more issue that hasn't been the focus of discussion, but was on the applicant's mind. So we'll see when this comes back and in what form.
And I wonder if we could just get on the record what our policy from the general plan on the pygmy land is.
Yes, I can certainly. Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. I can certainly speak to that. So right now in our general plan, we do have several policies or really sort of, and the general plan is really more of a guidance tool. It really says where we want to go with the county. And then it's implemented through the zoning code. So we do certainly have policies within the general plan that speak to wanting to develop an ordinance to protect what is now referred to as Mendocino cypress woodlands. Previously in our code, it just refers to pygmy vegetation. And I've certainly personally engaged in some conversations with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, but at this time, as you know, we have many things that our department works on, so we have not received direction from our Board of Supervisors, nor has it been put on our work plan for determining when we're going to have the resources and the time and the staffing to pursue that ordinance amendment that's really needed in order to establish additional protections for Mendocino cypress woodlands. It is something that certainly it's been a discussion point for many years. CDFW has provided comment on this for quite some time now, and certainly more so on more recent projects. And just with how the general plan policies are, there is no implementing measures under the zoning code that give us tools to ensure that pygmy vegetation and resources are protected.
Right, and we do need that, and we need the whole zoning ordinance reviewed. It's been how many years since we passed the general
We've
plan?
just done a little piecemeal ones, adding, just addressing what we need to at that time. But yes, I agree at some time, provided we get the direction and resources to do so, it would be wonderful to update our entire zoning code to reflect current conditions for the county.
Yes, it would, and to reflect those goals.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So the motion would be to continue item 6A, MS 2018-0001, to a date uncertain.
Correct.
I'll second that.
Okay. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Wiedemann,
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Yes.
Commissioner Purnell,
Yes?
Commissioner Holtkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Warner,
I guess.
and Chair Ogle.
Yes. Thank you. And I just want to say thank you all for taking the time to be here, for the applicant and the other comments that were made. Some of these get very difficult, as this one was, as you see, and we spent an hour and a half on it, and we're still unable to come to a conclusion, and sometimes this happens, so thank you again. Let's see, where's our other? Did I do that? Thank you. I'll find it.
I know.
Oh, here it is, right around top. So our next item is item 6B, case R 2018-0002. The applicant is Cyril Benda. So we'll have the staff report. You're on again, Vandy.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Vandy, Planning and Building. So this project is a bit simpler. It's a rezone of a 13-acre parcel from an RR2 zoning to an RR10 zoning. It is located about half a mile south of the Comchee Town Center on the west side of Flynn Creek Road. Let me go into full view. There's a subject parcel with Flynn Creek Road right here. I'll keep this presentation relatively short because this project was found to be both consistent with the zoning code as well as the general plan for RR and RR10s. And with regards to environmental determination, the project is exempt from CEQA per section 15183, as this project would be consistent with the general plan, and no major comments were received by any agencies, and with that, staff recommends approval of this rezone.
I believe we did get a new paper this morning, a new parcel map. Was that?
Oh, no, that's the other one. So the rezone map that you got this morning is for the next rezone on the agenda.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Questions of staff?
Bandy, I did have a question. Is this rezone for cannabis cultivation?
It is.
Okay. And then it looks like we've got this funny little appendix to the
Yes.
left, hanging out to the left. That's part of the same parcel?
Correct.
Okay, and is that riverfront? It's hard for me to tell from the
No.
maps. It's not.
Staff was unable to determine why that weird thing is there.
Okay, it's just there.
It is.
Again, it's like an appendix. Yeah, why is it there? Okay, thank you.
Questions for staff?
My only concern with this would be, and it's a question, the little RR2 that would be left to, I think it's the south of this rezone, would be kind of like a little RR2 island.
Well, actually, so that little island is RR10, so it would be providing consistency for the whole parcel.
This part down here.
So if we're looking at the attachment D, which is the general plan classification,
Right,
there's the RR10 is that little corner right here. And this
right.
is RR2. And this, we're turning all this into RR10, so it would be consistent with this.
But how about the south?
Oh, this portion?
Yes.
Yes, it would leave a bit of RR2 to the south.
And are those parcels all developed already, as far as you can tell?
Partially, yes.
Partially.
So there's some residences down there.
Okay, it's not too much of a worry. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, we'd like to hear from the applicant or the agent. Is there someone here for this item?
Sure.
I
Do
think
not believe
they're
that.
the ones we sent out and said after lunch.
No, that was item 6E, Fred Gates.
I do not believe that applicant is present.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and discussion with the commissioners.
I don't have a problem with the rezoning up to an R10.
I don't have a problem with this either. I remain concerned if we take RR2s and turn them to RR10s when we start impacting our housing element. And that's just my only question. I don't think it's a big deal on this property, but
Right.
I keep wondering what's going to happen if we do that, and are we going to be able to meet all the housing goals in the rural areas? And since we've lost so much housing to the fires, it kind of is a real consideration. So I'm just putting that out there. I don't object to this particular action, but.
If I may, through the chair, we do understand that concern. One of the reasons staff is recommending approval on this is the topography would not make it impossible to subdivide, but it would make it costly. So staff felt that change, down zoning, the the parcel would not have a major impact on the housing element for this particular case.
I had one question. If we approve this change in zoning, can we keep it for perpetuity? You know, people are I'm asking, and it ties into, well, some of this ties into agriculture, right? So that's a question. If we were to, in other words, so a property owner, they come in, they want to change their zoning, and then they want to change it back. I mean, how do we, is there any handle on that?
If I may, through the chair, I believe a condition would be required in order to do that. However, I'm not sure how permissible that is.
Julia Ackercrock, I'll chime in. So we wouldn't have a way to restrict it that they could not request a different zoning in the future. Of course, any request to change the zoning to go back to RR2 would come back in front of this body, be re-reviewed, and this body would have to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on how they would want to see that acted upon. Mm-hmm. So we would have no mechanism to limit it and say this is your one rezone that you get here, but the future applications would come back in front of the body.
Thank you.
Is your department tracking down zones in the RR zone so that we kind of understand what the cumulative impact is and what the trajectory looks like for removing potential housing development?
Yes, we are. We do have, most of those rezone applications have been in the last couple years here. Just about every member on here has seen all those applications. I believe it's been about 4 total that we have so far, but I'd want to double check to confirm that number. But we are keeping track. And additionally, I do know there's some state legislation out there that's been looking at limitations on abilities for local governments to do activities such as downzoning, primarily based upon more urban areas where people do that as a tool to not have to comply with additional, housing standards, things like that. So.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Then we're looking for a motion.
Well, I guess my initial question was why, but I think Linda answered that. So I wasn't aware of why someone would be going from 2 acres to 10-acre minimums, but I think the agricultural industry here in Mendocino County is why. So that's fine.
It would be nice if we had an applicant statement, but we don't.
Do we have a motion?
Sure, I can make a motion. And do you want me to read this whole
Commissioner Wiedemann, we have on page 2 of the staff report,
the
you have at the very bottom a recommendation.
By resolution, the Planning Commission recommends to the Board of Supervisors grant rezoned R 2018-0002 for the project as proposed by the applicant based on the facts and findings.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Do we need a roll call vote on that? Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Yes.
Commissioner Holcamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Purnell,
Yes.
Commissioner Warner,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiedemann,
Yes.
and Commissioner Chair Ogle.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, our next item on the agenda is case 6C, R20190005U, 2019-0008. The applicant is Mendocino LLC.
Hello again.
Nose to the grindstone.
Okay, so thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Vandy, Planning and Building. So before you, I have a joint rezone and use permit. The rezone would be from a general commercial C2 to a limited industrial I1, and it would also allow for a cannabis retailer dispensary. The project is located about 2 miles north of Ukiah Center on the east side of North State Street. So up above or north of the underpass. And there's a aerial of the picture or the parcel. The parcel is within the Ukiah Valley Fire Protection District and is serviced by the Ukiah Valley Water, or Millview Water District, it should say, and the Sanitation District as well as PG&E. And currently there is one existing structure, which is a former mortuary. With regards to public agencies making comments, there were no comments of major concern. DOT did have some conditions, including upgrading the sidewalk and driveways. The applicants were more than willing to adhere to those conditions, so they're not of any major concern. With regards to the key issues, both the rezone and the use permit request have been found to be consistent with the general plan of industrial, as well as the zoning district of limited industrial. With the rezoning into limited industrial, in order to do a cannabis dispensary, the use permit is required, which is why it's part of this packet. And because there's a use permit, there are use permit findings that had to be made, and all findings were considered to be adequate for the project. With regards to environmental protection, the rezone is exempt from CEQA per the same section as previously noted in the last project, 15183, the projects that are consistent with the general plan. And if I can go to this map, so currently the parcel is a C2. So this is in regards to the Ukiah Valley area plan. So one of the reasons of this rezone is that the Ukiah Valley area plan had changed the general plan zoning from commercial to industrial, which then required, this is one of those projects where we changed the general plan and therefore the landowners had to come in and rezone if their parcels were inconsistent. So the applicants are bringing their parcel into consistency with the Ukiah Valley area plan. Additionally, the project would help satisfy policy LU 1.4A, which is regarding infill and land use density. And with that, staff recommends approval of the project, or I guess recommends that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Vandy. Questions for staff?
Looking at the site plan, I see the line of trees on the left-hand side, but then on the right side of the building, there's all of these cloud formations on attachment D. It's hard for me to tell what that's indicating.
Are you referring to?
Yeah, exactly, right up there.
Those are, I believe, the proposed changes from this is what's existing right now to what would be there. So they're
Okay.
adding parking to the rear and side of the building.
Okay.
They
so-
just did a little bubble around what they're proposing new. That's what the cloud
Yeah.
formation looks like.
Thank you. I didn't know if that was like the extent of the lighting or
No,
landscaping.
Just
Okay.
what's proposed with the
Got it.
changes.
And if I may, through the chair, I just have two minor edits to the resolution that need to be made. And so these are very minor. If you would look at Exhibit A, which is the conditions of approval, the conditions only apply to the use permit portion, so staff would recommend striking the reference to rezone 2019-0005 in the bold portion right at the top under Exhibit A. And then secondarily, in conditions 1 and 3, it discusses the Planning Commission administrator, and administrator should be struck and just refer to the Planning Commission on both conditions 1 and 3.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, then we'll hear from the applicant. Is the applicant or agent here?
The agent.
Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Nick Caston, representing the applicant. We actually are very happy with the work that staff has done in analysis. Working with DOT, we fully support the upgrades we see them as benefits to our customers as well as to the neighboring area, and have no prepared presentation but are available to answer your questions. With me from Golden State Government Relations also is Gary Broad, who's our land use specialist, if there's any questions in detail on our general rezoning as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
At this time, it's the proposed use is as strictly as a dispensary?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
If I may, through the chair. Staff would just like to add that we do support the limited industrial because of the size of the parcel. And given that it would be industrial, if the applicants felt they would like to in the future, they could add cannabis manufacturing uses and distribution, which would be a permitted use in this district.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
And in order for them, if they were to do a basically dried oil of some sort, would they be back here, or would they just get it under this use permit?
The Vandy Planning and Building, because it's industrial, non-volatile manufacturing would be permitted with just a business license, which is reviewed by myself, Mike Oliphant in the Building Division and the Environmental Health Department, both their Land Use Division and their Hazmat Division. With regards to volatile manufacturing, it would require an administrative permit, at which point the zoning administrator could determine, either they can make the determination themselves to assign the administrative permit or bump it to a planning commission hearing.
No other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and discussion of commission members. Any discussion? Then we'll request a motion, please.
All right, so I will move that by resolution, the Planning Commission recommends that the Board of Supervisors grant the rezone and approve the use permit for the project as proposed by the applicant and based on the facts and evidence contained in the record and subject to the amended approval or conditions of approval.
By staff. Thank you.
These ones are.
I'll second.
Second, thank you. And we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Wiedemann,
Yes.
Commissioner Purnell,
Yes?
Commissioner Warner,
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtkamp,
Yes.
and Chair Ogle.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'll see you all later.
We do see you on here again later. Thank you. Our next is case 6D.
If I may, through the
Oh,
chair,
sorry.
could we just request a 5-minute break as well, too?
You didn't get your break before, did you?
Back to
Yes,
square
Thank
one.
you.
You're welcome to you. a reclamation 20180001. The applicant is Parker 10 Mile Ranch, or sorry, the owner's Parker 10 Mile Ranch with the applicant Geo Aggregates. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. As it was clearly stated, this is the application for the renewal and also the modification to an existing reclamation plan for an operation known as 10 Mile Second Crossing. This is located in the coastal zone near Fort Bragg, and it's got an acreage of about 14.9 acres of operations within a property of over 600 acres in size. The application came on solely as a renewal at first for the extension of the reclamation plan, which had an actual expiration date, which is not the usual case on reclamation plans. So the applicant decided to extend that for about 5 more years. There's currently no processing on the site. There's materials for processing on the other side where you have the screen. That's the main area with the quarry. Excuse me. It was also then, the application was then revised to also request a modification to the removal of the lower slope of the lower bench to have an actual, just less steep of a slope at the lowest portion of the quarry face. The project was referred out. There were no complaints raised by any agency or person from the public. The continuance of this reclamation plan for this operation, which holds vested rights, it is in conformance with the land use per the general plan, also with the zoning, and it is inspected through the state's Surface Mining and Reclamation Act with the Department of Conservation, Division of Mine Reclamation. So planning and building staff goes to the site every year to make sure that, as a lead agency, the operator is in compliance with those regulations per the state. Furthermore, staff, when we go to the inspections, we make sure that the operation is in compliance with the conditions of approval. Today, you receive a memo that's after some comments provided by representatives from the applicant Geo Aggregates. Conditions number 25 and 26 are solely to acknowledge the amendments to said documents, as some are to be updated every year, including upon findings during inspections. Condition number 28 is mostly a current condition from the previous application, Rec. 1-2004, which called for action within 60 days. The recommended conditions of approval previously presented attached to this hearing's agenda show 30 days. Staff believes that 90 days is adequate in order to find an available professional within that timeline. Furthermore, language is added in case some or any stakes are already placed but were not visible during the previous inspections. As again, this was a carrying condition from the previous plan. This will help the inspectors on an annual basis when in the field. It will also help the operator to be in compliance, and it will cover us from any liabilities, both the county and the operator. A condition that was not referred to in the memo is condition number 16, which was also identified by the applicant as a condition of area of concern. This condition is linked to condition number 20 from the previous reclamation plan application, Rec. 1-2004, which says, and I paraphrase, the applicant shall endeavor to protect and maintain as much vegetation on the site as possible, removing only as much as required to conduct the operation, period. Staff, when we presented this condition number 16 in the current application, we believe that is ideal in order to provide an actual measure for success criteria in order to say how many trees are going to be removed and how many should be planted, and as well with the invasive species. As in the current reclamation plan, it shows that it is stated by the operator that these weeds will be to be removed, monitored, and removed on an annual basis. This is reinforcing the that same wording from the applicant, but having a more precise method to measure. Upon the last couple visits to the site, the staff has not seen any issues with it, the operation. Everything has been running smoothly. There's not much more to excavate, to extract. There were not much invasive species shown on the site, except for some pampas grass and some Italian thistles, which I'm not sure if it's part of the packet here. Apologies for that. But yeah. An environmental review. It was according to CEQA. It was crafted, and a negative declaration is recommended. By resolution, we staff from planning and building, we recommend adopting the negative declaration and grant the reclamation plan renewal modification for the project as proposed with the original recommended conditions of approval and the memo dated Tuesday, September 5th.
Thank you, Eduardo. Questions for staff?
Yes, Eduardo again. There was Italian thistles, and I am no botanist by any way, but there was a site visit crafted earlier this year on May 24th. It was myself along with two staff persons from the state's Division of Reclamation for Environmental Unit and Geology Unit. The environmentalist, she pointed out, like, oh, that's a thistle. We were looking at the site. So it was, purple colored thistle. I'm more familiar with the star thistle with the yellow ones. But yeah, that was observed on the up on the processing side, which again there's only equipment sitting over there. It's mostly flat, the site over there. And there was no many plants shown, just that one, like, oh, that's why we pointed out, oh, look at this plant right here in the middle of nowhere. So thistles and pampas grass, it's acknowledged by staff that they're present, but at a very, very small ratio. That is a recommendation from staff to ensure that no invasives are present by the end of at the final reclamation.
At the final.
Yes, that's the added language and again, reinforcing the annual, already approved annual endeavor of removing them, just adding a real measure. So it could be 20%, no more than 5%. We're recommending not at this point, but it could be changed.
Okay, thank you.
Condition 16 is on what page?
Condition 16. Good question.
After the maps.
It's not
It's
numbered.
right after the maps, yes.
Okay.
Right
Yes.
after the maps.
Yes. Yes, it's page number 3 of the conditions for approval.
I have a comment on that 16. I believe it's star thistle, is it not start thistle?
Yeah.
That would be correct.
Given that this site is right above 10 Mile River, I was looking through the conditions of approval to see which one is going to be protecting the water course from sediment delivery. And if I'm not mistaken, condition 19 identifies that no material shall be placed where it may pass into any stream or water course in quantities which would be, how do you pronounce that word? Deleterious to fish, wildlife, or other beneficial uses. It seems a little subjective to me, and I'm wondering if there are conditions of approval that we have used in the past that would be more specific to erosion control and sediment delivery.
Eduardo again. Yes, this points me to condition number 25, which talks about the stormwater pollution prevention and monitoring program SWIP. There are this again. So this is a reclamation plan renewal, and this was already adopted in the past. That SWIP water pollution. Furthermore, during the annual inspections per the state, erosion control and prevent siltation, everything is measured and is reported and so on. But I can see how we may want something more specific here on the conditions of approval.
Okay, so you do not think that 19 and 25 adequately address that?
If I may, through the chair, is these conditions, these are really conditions that were already what this permit was operating under, and there are inspections that happen on a regular basis. So staff does find that what the conditions that are recommended, we do feel protects the resources that are in proximity to the site. But if this body wishes to amend any of these, that's certainly your purview to do so.
Okay, thank you.
The stormwater prevention plan, there's monitoring that's ongoing, and issues such as over 2 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. So I would think that the stormwater prevention plan would address these issues.
And does that include things like catchment ponds and so on?
Yes.
Yeah.
And is there, part of their use permit, something about washing, where they wash the rock? Is that like protected from the river?
I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be commenting.
I'm
on
sorry.
that.
If I may, through the chair, I just want to point out, this is the reclamation plan that's in
Yes.
front of you today, not their actual extraction permit here.
Okay, yes.
They won't have
But
a
that
wash
wouldn't be
plant.
okay, that wouldn't be in this plan then? That would
No,
be in
correct.
the actual, okay, thank you.
There's a separate permit that governs that.
One of the, and maybe it's already been covered, but the removal of trees, if they are conifers, they fall under the conversion process. I'm not sure if this was, there must have been a conversion permit prior to the development of this site, and I don't know if the conversion process actually addresses the continual removal of trees. Do you know?
We have standard conditions as well. The condition 4 that's typically applied says that the applicant's subject to all other state, federal, and local agencies with jurisdiction over the project and any requirements they may have. I will look to Eduardo, but I don't believe that we have anything specific from CAL FIRE or anything that speaks to tree removal activities on this site, but the applicant would be subject to any requirements of that organization.
Okay, it would become problematic because it's well, it's a huge process if they have to get a conversion, so.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, then we'll hear from the applicant.
Good morning, Jordan Main here on behalf of the applicant and operator Geo Aggregates. And I wanted to just walk through a couple comments today. I guess it's taken a little different course than maybe we thought. Just for context, the site is a vested mining site. It's been in operation for many decades. It's a relatively small site, and as it nears its completion, we go through the reclamation process. So we're actually in the process of buttoning up the site and finalizing all of the rehabilitation requirements. And so the reason why maybe some of the comments around stormwater control and that sort of thing, why it may not seem like it's adequately addressed for a typical mine site, these are only conditions of approval. So within the original application documents and all of the supportive materials, there are reams and binders of other technical documents and requirements that the mine actually complies with. But these are only conditions related to reclamation. So it gets a little bit confusing, but there's substantial erosion control measures, other things in place from technical requirements. So our concern is as follows. One, we were simply requesting a 5-year extension to the reclamation plan. In fact, we could have let it lapse and just go complete the reclamation. That's how the process works. We asked for 5 additional years to, one, just keep this under like very tidy administrative record. And also there was a requirement that we were looking at the final bench in its prior configuration would have inhibited the implementation of a sediment control basin that's required at the wreck. So we had a professional geologist review this. He recommended removing that lower bench to make the slope consistent throughout with the upper 2 benches, basically, and we can now implement this sediment control. That's all we needed. So I reviewed the conditions actually last night because I thought they were all carryovers. And the surprise for me is just we have a number of them that were changed. And so we haven't had a lot of time to go through this, but I just want to point out our concerns. Eduardo caught 2 minor ones, 25 and 26. We simply wanted to recognize that those plans that were referenced were older plans. So they've been amended over time many times. Condition 28, with respect to surveying, that was an initial survey requirement where the operator had to pay a licensed surveyor to go out and stake it and survey the property for the reclamation boundaries. We're doing nothing to change the reclamation boundaries. So it's simply an added expense to go out, and it did say 30 days, that wouldn't even be feasible, but to go out and to resurvey the property for the reclamation boundaries because we're not changing them. So we were hoping that condition 28 would simply be struck as previously satisfied, not amended to extend out 90 days. That's one comment. Our biggest concern is around condition 16. And here's the nature of the concern. Although it seems well-intended, of course, everyone agrees that if we remove trees, we should mitigate, that we should control weeds. The problem is we have substantial documentation in the form of a revegetation plan, a reclamation plan that went through many public hearings, many state agency comments. That is an actual plan we need to follow to satisfy. It has weed control requirements. It has a procedure for weed control. I made some notes this morning when I was talking to Eduardo about this. In 2007, the state commented on the weed control section and said, we'd like you to add pampas grass and one other invasive. So it was updated through the course of many public hearings. It was adopted by the board. It's not the type of plan you simply add a measure in because there are very serious considerations, including this site's under a timber harvest plan overall. There are limitations on the types of herbicides you can use. So these types of measures, we would need quite a bit of input and discussion. We'd need a biologist to sort of help us decide what sort of invasive weed control is realistic here. I've been involved in sites where the county imposes, where it says no invasive species at all, and it's almost an impossibility to say that the only way you can ever close this site is there can never be an invasive species on the site, because every time someone shows up, there could be a star thistle that pops up, and you're in a kind of so usually if there's a measure, something like a percentage of cover or something similar, but again, we would want more input if we were actually considering changing it. Also, the mitigation, I'm not sure what we're mitigating for. The initial study identified no impacts. Again, we're in a reclamation process. We have a re-veg plan that defines, to the extent we're removing trees, what we do to replace them. It's a completely well-worn path. So I guess my only comment, if the commission's considering any version of 16, we'll probably have to continue it because we would need to work with staff on revised language that we just can't accept this. It's just not even consistent with our re-veg plan or rec plan. So my request would be different than the memorandum. I'm fine with the amendments to 25 and 26. I'd request that 28 be removed, not require a new survey. And 16, I think we should keep the language that was in the prior permit, which was the first sentence of 16. And to the extent the county believes that there are requirements in place in the rec plan that already state that this sort of weed control is necessary, then those remain intact. And there's nothing that would change about the county's ability to enforce that. So adding this language, in my mind, only serves to add confusion because it's not reflective of what the approved reclamation revegetation plans say.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant?
My only question at that point is, but you are requiring a new bench to be.
So the bench.
The bench that is going to be cut.
It's just being removed. So,
Right.
yeah,
It's a cut. I mean, it's removed, right?
Right.
Yes. So because is that tie into, let's say, and this is for information.
Sure.
Question. Is that tied into why maybe another survey would be needed?
No, because the
in some
survey is
point?
actually the
It's the
perimeter, the reclamation
but
boundary.
They wouldn't need to do acreage, of
They-
that?
So we asked for no change to acreages of the overall rec plan. This is just an internal feature associated with one small portion of the mine. It's just to remove it to put in this basin. So it won't change the exterior survey that was requested. I forgot to make one other point. We also had a
Wish we had
site
a
visit
section of that.
from Department of Mine Reclamation. They did send 2 folks out. They reviewed this extensively. Actually, it took 3 months reviewing it. And they ended up complimenting us on the plan and saying they had no comments. So they don't share the same concern that there's lacking detail around weed control or other, measures that were added. Oh yeah, that actually explains it. So you can see that last bench will simply be cut where it says existing surface. The final surface will then have the sediment basin at the bottom.
So you're cutting, can
Bench
you just
one.
point? Yes.
Can I?
You sure?
Where is it? Sorry. So this bench is bench
Right.
one. This will be removed.
Moved.
And then this is the sediment basin. You can see down here, it's graphically
Right.
depicted. But it doesn't change the lateral extents of the mining or reclamation in any fashion. In fact, Eduardo, if you pull up the previous figure,
Doesn't make it any
I
less
just
stable.
want to demonstrate, no, the one with the aerial.
Oh, the one that you had up before?
Yeah.
What was that one before?
This one's fine though. This one's okay. So just for context, we're talking about this area, this little area right here. See that? That's the lower bench.
Right.
Nothing to do with the external
Right.
boundaries. The boundaries are much larger. They're shown on
No.
the other map.
Okay, thank you.
I had a couple of questions as well. It seems like condition 28, even with the amended language, that the intention there is that now that, as you say, you're ready to button it up through the reclamation process, that there just be a verification that, yep, this is the area that was supposed to be reclaimed. I think that's important to make that verification. I'm trying to understand, is there a way for us to remove that condition but still have that verification happen? Like, are your stakes currently in place?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I'd have to confirm with the owner because this was permitted in 2007.
Yeah.
So they would have had to have satisfied that initially, and I'd expect they would. I mean, just frankly, the staking of the exterior boundaries isn't going to have much bearing, if at all, on the final closure kind of determination, because what they'll do is go out and determine whether we've satisfied the revegetation and slope requirements in this area. But if the request is that we ensure that there are stakes out there, and if they're not there, that maybe we restake them over a period of time. They've changed that since I saw it this morning, so that's obviously a more reasonable request. But I mean, we're talking about a licensed surveyor going out there and
Understood. I know it's expensive. It's a
Yeah.
pain. Yeah.
and with very little gain, I think. So that was the concern.
Okay. Well, are there any other agencies that would have oversight over whether this reclamation plan was sufficient to cover this?
Oh, yes. There's one very powerful agency. It's the State Department of Mine Reclamation. They oversee all mining, and they promulgate regulations that are actually carried out by the lead agency. So that is the agency that reviewed the rec plan amendment. They over the course of maybe between March and August, I'd say, and they actually went and visited the site. They would also, if we requested closure, they would perform an inspection, and they have to concur that the site has been reclaimed in accordance with the plan. So they are an integral component. The county would not be able to close the site without their concurrence.
Okay, so I think on that issue, I would probably defer to staff. I mean, it's, you know, trying to balance, did the reclamation occur in the right places versus the added, you know, expense and hassle of that. I would defer to staff on that.
I can respond to that.
Sure, please.
So, Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So I was just reviewing with Eduardo here the condition 28 and how it reads. I know how it reads on the surface and with this memo is like there's action required by the applicant after this plan is approved today or at a future meeting. This has already been satisfied.
Right.
And so there's actually no action required by the applicant in order to satisfy this condition. It's just typical like we do with other, like a use permit renewal or something where we carry over those conditions. They may have already been complied with under the original permit, but we still carry them over to acknowledge that those are conditions that guide the operation of this facility. So, and I read the last sentence in condition 28 says the stakes shall remain in place until the site is deemed reclaimed. So really what staff would be checking when we'd go out to the site would be ensuring that those stakes are still in place. So I hope that that resolves it and really acknowledging and putting that on the record here that this condition would have already been complied with under the original reclamation plan approval.
With that clarification, I'm totally fine. That was not my understanding after discussion with staff, so we're fine with it. So I'd suggest then we don't modify it because it would imply that.
Don't change it if it's good.
And staff would support that. I agree.
Okay, great. So now let's tackle condition 16. I'm curious if we have something workable here today, or if we really do need to continue the item. And so let's jump in here. You said the first sentence is the only one that would be acceptable for today's purposes, but I wanted to ask you if the third sentence is also acceptable.
Just going to say that third sentence is actually exactly what I'd like to see, because that's saying we're going to carry out what has been approved through a very lengthy public process.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I would say 1, and in the addition of 3 clarifies it.
Okay, so then let's talk about those things that would be omitted. So
Right.
we're talking about tree removal and replacement. Is that addressed in your rec plan?
Of course. I didn't know I would need to bring this, but we have a revegetation plan that's probably 100 pages long, prepared by a botanist, that addresses which trees are replaced, why, there were ratios in there, success criteria, monitoring requirements. It's a very elaborate process. We have to bond for it, so we put money in place. The money will not be released until that revegetation plan is carried out. My point is this would change that in a way that I'm not even clear I understand. And frankly, I don't know that we're going to remove any more trees. I doubt we really are, but I cannot accept a condition that modifies that re-veg plan because we would actually have to update
Yeah, you're
that.
super invested in that.
Yes.
So does staff have a copy of that?
Oh, yes, yes.
Uh-huh. And is that something that we might be able to look at today? Because I'd be willing to consider striking this, but I would need to see what's in that other plan.
Okay.
Pull it up.
Eduardo, planner here. So the reclamation plan was actually attached to the referral package. So the reclamation plan, current reclamation plan proposed to be renewed and slightly modified. It was part of the rec plan. It is a very long, 200-something long document, including the SWIP and everything. However, staff couldn't see a precise way to measure the success criteria for this. It seems a little subjective. That's why we proposed to have the 2-for-1 trees and also saying 0 invasive species at the end, because while going to the sites, it is fairly easy to say, okay, the rec plan calls for 80% vegetation coverage. We look at it, we're not experts in the matter, but the operator/applicant provides with a document signed by a professional entity, then okay, we attach that with a report of the final closure to the state. Same with invasive species. There's nothing, there's no invasive species as the reclamation call it, perfect. However, if there's invasive species in there, then the state don't like that because they want to eradicate it, but it has to be in the reclamation plan or part of a condition of approval in order to enforce such thing. So it is the opinion of staff that there needs to be something more specific in there, either in the reclamation plan or as part of the condition of approval, to call these things out. That's the reasoning for it.
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
Can I comment? Sure. Yeah, I mean respectfully, that's simply not accurate. We can pull up the reclamation plan. There is a section on performance standards and monitoring. There's a table that describes very specific performance standards. So I'm glad to pull it up on my laptop, or if you have it, Eduardo. It's a mandatory element of a reclamation plan. I can assure you there are performance standards that relate to density of planting, species types within the planting, and then there were, in this case, DMR was ecstatic because what was actually prepared in addition to the revegetation plan was were planting instructions for the contractor. So there are very detailed instructions about how you carry out revegetation at this site. Absolutely not ambiguous. They are enforceable and definable.
So I guess my question would be to you, were you recommending removing the second sentence and the last sentence?
That's right.
Okay.
Those are the two that I believe change the performance standards and requirements of the existing plans. And again, with the inclusion of number 3, if whatever is in the rec plans, we have to abide by. So if there are requirements that, are close to what staff's trying to suggest here, then we already have to do them.
Can I make a comment, Madam Chair? I don't recall the details from this one particularly, but I have read reclamation plans a number of times in the past, and they're very, very detailed. They're very reassuring. Many, many years ago, we used to take gravel out of streams and rivers. It's not the case anymore, and it may be important to look at this one, but it's likely there.
This one, as an example, is 240 pages long. All right.
Mr. Gravel is here.
Very ratio.
So this is an example. There's a table for success criteria on plants. There are other sections of the plan that describe what types of plants we're talking about. But these tables, like the target goals for screening plants, they refer to 3 and 4 for the specific areas of the property, but they have standards for vegetative cover, density, plant species composition, and species richness. And then there will be monitoring requirements to achieve those. And we could go through this in detail, but the reclamation plan refers to sections of state code, and there's a checklist that DMR follows where each category essentially has to be addressed. And so that's the section references on the left here. And you can see there are individual descriptions of how they will comply with each of those.
If I may, through the chair, we have Nash Gonzalez here who can speak to a little bit of this condition too, and some of the recommendation from staff really to have this condition be maintained, if you're willing to hear it.
Members of the commission, Nash Gonzalez, Recovery Director. So I've been asked to kind of weigh in on this condition, and basically let me provide you with some background. Applications are sent off to the state for them to review. They can weigh in. They have a limited amount of time to comment. Oftentimes they do, sometimes they don't. Conditions like this are operational conditions that are written by staff to ensure that the job becomes easy for both the applicant, the person who's doing the reclamation, and staff while doing their annual inspection. So a condition like this is basically left up to the county or a lead agency to implement, and it's also put in there by a county or a lead agency so that they can address the annual inspections. And basically, the staff has indicated that over time, when they go out and do these site inspections on an annual basis, they're running into invasive species. And you can suggest to an operator in the field to manage the invasive species so that when reclamation time comes around, they don't have a site that's full of star thistle that they're trying to figure out how to reclaim. If it's not written into the permit conditions, and if it's not written into the reclamation plan specifically how to implement, it's very difficult to require an applicant at the 11th hour to clean up a site. And oftentimes we could run into a situation where the state may come back and say, we're not able to close this because it's got invasive species. It's a requirement that invasive species be dealt with. And so they basically throw it back onto a lead agency and say, you should have dealt with it. So as it was explained to me, this condition was put in there to address this so that the site can be free of invasive species at the time of reclamation. It's managed. The reclamation has some language in it. The reclamation plan has some language in it that invasives will be removed annually. Very vague, but it says they will be removed annually. All this does is say they're going to be gone, so when the inspector goes out there to close the site, the invasives are gone. Now, the invasives, once the site is closed out by the county, if the invasives come back in a month later, a week later, as long as it's been closed and there's no invasive species there, it's considered closed, and the county can release the financial assurance mechanism. So that's the history behind this. Staff is having a hard time with a lot of these site inspections on an annual basis because they're finding invasive species. But it's really difficult to go back and order somebody to do something if it's not clearly stated in the conditions. So staff learns over time how to deal with these things and will put these implementation or operational conditions into the staff reports. But it's, and I understand the applicant's concern that they see that it's difficult to remove invasive species. But it's something that the state of California has told operators, has told lead agencies over the last several years, invasives need to be gone. But staff is only trying to put something in there that's easy to implement in the field by both the operator and the inspector. Be happy to answer any
Nash,
questions.
could we go into a little more depth here? I mean, the removal of pampas grass, for instance, extremely difficult.
Mm-hmm.
If they remove the pampas grass upon approval of the reclamation plan, then does county staff go out a year later and monitor the site to see if pampas grass has come back again?
Typically with a reclamation plan, if I may through the chair, what happens, any type of invasive, they just need to manage it during the operation of the mine. It's when you get to the point where you're closing the mine out, that's when it has to be gone. Not during the initial stages of the operation, not during the life of the operation. Typically, you manage any invasive species during the time of the mining. So in other words, somebody would go out there and either apply herbicides, or they'd remove it mechanically, remove it by hand. In some cases, people bring goats onto a site and remove any type of invasives. But it's not until you go to close out the site that the invasives have to be removed.
Okay, so I guess I'm not quite sure, I'm not real clear on what the difference is as to what the reclamation plan is requiring and what the county is requiring.
As my understanding, all the condition does is it reinforces what's in the reclamation plan. The reclamation plan is very vague. It just says that these invasives will be removed on an annual basis. That's all it says. What this condition is really getting at from what I understand, is to make sure that it can be implemented at the time of closure. So if the reclamation plan says remove on an annual basis, that's fine. What becomes an issue is when they go to close out the site, are those invasive species present or not present? If they're not present, then the inspector can sign off on the site. If they're not there, then it becomes questionable. And the county in recent inspections has seen cases where the site is full of star thistle or it's full of some other invasive, and recommends to the operator, hey, it'd be nice to do this, because when we call the state and ask them to come out and do the inspection, they may hold up the release and they may require additional monitoring. Some cases they do, some cases they don't. If that is the case, it's difficult to close out the site, and it has to stay open for another year until such time that the invasives are gone. All this does is it specifically addresses it at the time of closure.
I guess one of the issues I think I would have is when it says no invasive species are present.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think we're ever going to get there. I mean, I think, you know, you're always going to find some star thistle, or you're going to find small pieces of pampas grass or whatever. I mean, it's got to be reasonable, and I'm not sure how we do that.
So one thing that the applicant had suggested is a success criteria that he was pointing to in the chart. So you can put a success criteria into the condition of approval that says that no more than 5%, 10% of the site will be covered with an invasive species at the time of closure. Mm-hmm. And that, again, is something that the applicant can work out with staff mm-hmm. to determine what is reasonable.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm. Because it's really all about how do you close out a site and have all parties accept it, including the state of California. The state lays down these rules, but expects the counties to enforce them. Mm-hmm. And again, the rules are written for the entire state, not for specific counties. And that's what becomes difficult for both an operator and a local jurisdiction. Because the local the operator says, hey, this is a situation that I may not be able to achieve 100%. And I would agree with his comments, but in order to make it reasonable, I think everybody has to agree on a success criteria. And that would be something that it is a modification of that. It may require having consultation with the state of California to see if they will accept that.
Why wouldn't they accept something like that?
Why wouldn't they accept it? Well, again, in their minds, they want to see no invasive species. We're basically saying we're going to agree to some invasive species on the site. Mm-hmm. And so that becomes where we want to make sure that the county has written documentation from the state. Mm-hmm. So at the time of closure, if there's an invasive species on the site, they can't hold up the closure. We then say, we forwarded this condition to you, you didn't comment on it, or if you did, we have it in writing, you can't come back and tell us you can't close out the site. Because the site must be closed out by the county first, the state second, and only until that time can you close out the mine and the reclamation plan, as well as release the financial assurance.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So if I may, through the chair, I think there's been a lot of discussion here, and I don't think it's something that we can necessarily resolve today in the time frame that we have here. I think it requires discussion with the applicant, as well as sounds like with the state as well about this condition. So So I'm looking to the applicant over here too and seeing whether or not you'd be amenable to potentially continuing this item to a future hearing date to allow the opportunity to work out this condition with staff.
Yeah, I mean, our goal was obviously to just get approval today and continue on the reclamation process. If the Planning Commission's desire is to modify the existing reclamation plan, we would need substantially more discussion, involvement of the state. Frankly, that's why we have a massive concern about this. We have an adopted plan. It's been in place for, 20 years, give or take, and we're going to implement it. Like I mentioned, the operator had a choice to simply go reclaim under the existing plan. They can drop this application tomorrow and follow this plan the way it sits. We were trying to do an improvement to the plan. One comment, it is a misconception that in order to close a mine site, there can be no invasive species. That's just simply not accurate. What needs to be done is you need to comply with what the reclamation plan requires. So we all agree the state desires to have no invasive species. Probably all of us do. That's not always possible at each site. So reclamation plans take into account site-specific conditions in order to establish criteria that are used for closure. And that's why not all mine sites have the same standard, because at some sites it's not possible to remove all invasives, and we'd go on forever. So that we just would not, that can't be the standard, and we were hoping not to open this up. We'd like to proceed and close this out. I envision what will happen is the operator may just say, I'll drop it and I'll just go reclaim how it is right now. Just because it's going to open up. We spent, so in this case, many times you're correct, Nash, the state does not comment, or because they're too busy. That was not the case here. They were very involved here and actually requested a 30-day extension that was granted and did a site visit with 2 of their members and then prepared a no comment letter, not because they didn't have time, it's because they actually did not have comments of substance to change what we had proposed. So I would say they've reviewed this and were satisfied that it meets their requirements.
I had a question, but I think it's to staff around. And I don't know if he needs, I'm trying to find the protocol. Do I have to wait till?
Deputy County Counsel Matt Kudrowski, if I'm correct, have we closed the public hearing, or we're just going back and forth with the applicant? If we could see this, if anyone else in the audience wants to comment, and then just close the hearing, and we can still talk with the applicant about questions and staff, but if we can get the comment period closed for the record.
Okay. When you come back and you're opening up, or you're reviewing and updating your reclamation claim here, or your act, is it legal for the county then to add addendas to the original piece of work? I mean, I think that's what I hear, there's the question of that. There's a number 16, according to the applicant, that this language is adding to the original agreement on the reclamation. Is that correct?
So as I understand, this condition is essentially more of an operational control and less so going in and actually amending that formal reclamation plan. That plan is still there and still stands. This is really putting in an operational component and saying that at the time of closing out this site, no invasives are to be present.
And we have that capability to do that?
Yes.
As a planning body, okay.
If I may, through the chair, one of the things is that each site is very specific. As Mr. Main has pointed out, not every site is going to fit the same criteria as the other site out there. So this is one of the reasons why in a rec plan you have performance standards for that site. And so it really comes down to is how much of an invasive species for the closure is the county willing to accept? You know, is it a percentage? Is it a square footage amount? So on, because even when you have a site that has been graded and seeded and so on, there is still the opportunity for invasive species to end up in seed mixture too, which is not the fault of an operator or the person who's reclaiming. But I've seen sites where they have invasive species. It's not a lot. They will go in and remove them by hand a few weeks before closure, and they're very insistent on having the inspection done on a certain date so that the lead agency can sign off on it. But now it's just, what is acceptable? Is it a percentage? And I'm going to turn to Mr. Main, and I know it's difficult to answer this question, but what is acceptable?
I think, unfortunately, without some consultation to detail, if we're thinking of an actual percentage, it would be very difficult for me to commit today. What's acceptable to me currently is the plan that's been adopted and has been in place, was approved by the county through many different public hearings and actually renewed, same plan, and approved by the state. So I would say, despite any squishy language in there, it is the plan that is in place. I've closed, and I'm sure Nash has as well, many sites that have very similar language where there's not a very defined standard with respect to invasive. So without going into a lengthy, protracted process to attempt to establish a change to the plan, my preference is to keep the plan that's in place, since all we're doing is extending it for 5 years. I can't commit to a percentage today because I don't know what that would look like. It would take work.
Well, I don't know that we have what we need to come to a resolution today, because we've got a vetted reclamation plan, and we've got staff who has reviewed that reclamation plan. I certainly haven't had the benefit of that, and I don't know if any of the other commissioners have. So I really want to defer to staff on this. If they feel they have the information that they need to successfully close out this site, then I'm in support of that, whatever that is. If that's going to take further conversation with the applicant, potentially the state, then I think we need to continue the item.
I would say this, thinking about the discussion here today, the only one that would be hurt by the applicant if it's not closed, or would be hurt by the fact that it could not be closed, the applicant. They'd have to do more work to get it closed. There would be nothing lost. So staff's essentially suggesting it's a tool that assists the applicant to get closure. As the applicant, I'm saying, I will take this language, we'll attempt to get closure. Obviously, if it turns into a process to go through that, that's something we're going into with our eyes wide open. So I understand your point, but I think that nothing is lost with respect to the county's position, because the only one harmed by that would be the applicant as they're trying to get closure of this, because that would be their goal, to get closure.
Right, but I think we would probably keep 16 in as written. Or I'll speak for myself. I think, that's what staff's recommending at this point.
So the new number 16, where we add a mitigation requirement that it would be, we'd have to update the plans, I guess, to figure out where trees go and change the palette.
Like I think it's been said,
Yeah.
It's either we postpone it and you negotiate with staff.
Yeah.
But
okay, if that's the direction that the commission is headed, we would absolutely ask for a postponement. It'd be unfortunate, but we would do that. And I'm not exactly clear what the operator will choose to do. He very well, I'm not a threat, I'm just suggesting, he very well may pull the application and carry out the existing plan and just not put in, certain features for the stormwater control.
I've reviewed projects like this myself, and I haven't reviewed this one, but I can't imagine that there isn't guidelines as far as the planting of trees in this project. What I would encourage the geoaggregates at this time is, why don't we look at maybe, you can't have in excess of 10% of what you could do is do an inventory, put plots on the property, do a 10% inventory of the site prior to closing out the site, and you can't have more than 10% of the species that we find out there be determined as invasive.
Is there this is a question. Is there an opportunity to adopt, basically to approve the project with the requirement that we work out a success criteria to the satisfaction of the planning director?
That's what I'd like to see.
So that we can move on and not rehear it? Is there a chance we can do that?
That's up to staff and county
But if we didn't take out the last sentence, the second sentence, I don't even understand, so I don't care about that one. But what if we just modified that last sentence to say that there will be no invasive species at final reclamation? I mean, that's a one point in time, boom, mow it the day before.
Yeah, I don't know that
It'd
it's
be
possible.
good.
I don't know that it's possible.
I think that's the issue. That's not, so they're looking for a percentage. And what I understand is the language in the original document was looser.
Yes.
And counties are having, with all the new overlays that keep coming down, we're trying to define it more, is what I'm hearing. So it's not quite so loose for both sides.
The trouble with things like star thistle is it's a windborne seed, and and even if you sterilize the land the next day, there might be star thistle on it. You know what I mean?
That's the
and
problem.
that
So
is
you're
the problem.
as Nash says, you're gonna find some in seed. I mean, it's just gonna happen. So that's why I think it's unreasonable to expect the applicant to have 0 invasive species at any time. It's just not gonna happen.
Or that they, ensure that there's no invasive species at final reclamation.
You're not gonna get that. You're just, you're not gonna have
in accordance with their plan. I mean, maybe that would be a better way to say it, but.
Well,
in accordance with their plan, the plan's
The
so vague.
the plan isn't working for staff, so that's the crux that we're at.
Yeah.
Is it possible, this is a question for staff, is it possible to move forward with this today by modifying the condition of approval to say that success criteria will be established?
By a date certain, maybe.
Yeah, by some date certain and approved of by staff. Is that a workable solution? Because really, I feel like if you guys sat down with this document and with some kind of conditions that you feel are workable for staff and just hashed it out, I bet there's a solution there.
And I can agree with you. I think it's careful how we word it to ensure that that it's an agreement between the county, including state as well, and the applicant, to ensure that everybody is on board with whatever condition is reached. So really it sort of boils down to, I think, 2 options here for the commission today. Or actually, I guess I would say 3. So it would be either approving the project as written in the conditions of approval, continuing the item to have it sorted out and reflect a revised condition in the actual resolution, or the last option, which is what we're just talking about now, would be writing in flexibility for the applicant to work with staff as well as with the state to come up with an other acceptable means to this condition that's not necessarily a no invasive species remain on the site, but coming to an agreement with the appropriate parties as to what is an acceptable level and what is that success criteria.
And I'm supportive of option 3 as long as staff feels that's workable.
And I'm supportive of 2, because can't they just be here we're back on the 19th. Can't we just continue this to the 19th and you work it out and then present it? The applicant and staff work it out and present it in a very clear written format?
There is that option as well. That's if the commission wants to see the solution that's been sorted out before taking action on this project, or if you're confident that staff can work with the state and the applicant to come up with an appropriate means, would be if you went with the 3rd option, which would be amending the condition today, moving forward with the project.
That's what I would like to see.
Okay.
I would like to see that also. And I think I'd also like to see sentence 2, is that, struck from the record also.
Condition 2 or sentence 2 on?
Sentence 2 on item
16.
16. Yeah.
We have no concern with that.
So then, are we thinking that we might say something like, by a year from now or 2 years from now or whatever it is, that a determination will be made about invasive species remaining at final reclamation or something?
Well, I don't think we want to wait a year.
No, staff would want to, if you would give us about like 5 minutes to work up some draft language amending to this condition, then we can put that
Very
up on the
good.
screen. We can look at it. Everyone can be
Let's
on
do
board
it.
with it.
Let's-
Okay.
And you'll be working with the applicant?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Do we get a break?
No, you can't go anywhere.
You can stand up, though.
You can stand.
Okay.
Have a seventh inning stretch.
I hope it's closer than that.
Oh, that was good. If they could work it out in 5 minutes, great.
Yeah.
Because I understand, they want to be done, they
We're ready.
Okay, we'll reconvene. What do we have?
Yes, lots of red line up here. So I went and incorporated the 2 changes from the memorandum that we discussed earlier as well to 25 and conditions 26, not touching condition 28 as we discussed previously. So, but this is condition 16, and I've done the strike through underline here to show you how it would be amended. So as we discussed, we are comfortable removing the second sentence, which speaks to the tree removal component. And then what we'll be adding is, in place of having that no invasive species are present, I'll just go ahead and read that full sentence. So it would say, in addition, the operator shall endeavor to manage and eradicate invasive plant species, we caught the star thistle, pampas grass, etc., within the disturbed areas of the mine, and within 90 days of the approval of this amended reclamation plan, the applicant shall establish success criteria and performance standards addressing invasive species. Such success criteria and performance standards shall be approved and agreed upon by the applicant and county representatives, including consultation with the state. Such approval and agreement may occur after the initial 90 days. So I just want to clarify that what we're essentially saying is that within those, thank you, I will make those changes too. Within the first 90 days, that they would have to establish they would have to submit something to us essentially saying, here's the success criteria and performance standards that we want to see. After the initial 90 days, they're working with the applicant we're working with the applicant and in consultation with the state to ensure that that's an agreeable plan. And then of course, really the end game here is that they have to have completed that and meet those standards in order to get a final on their reclamation of the site. Does that all make sense? Any questions on that?
Good solution.
Okay, and then also, as was just noted by our Deputy County Counsel, we have these double asterisks here. Typically, we apply those when we have a mitigated negative declaration, so I just want to make it clear, this is a negative declaration, so that would not be applicable. And I'll try to delete them. I can do, on that one I did it. Oh, and it looks like Nash Gonzalez has
If I
some
may,
additional
through the
info.
chair, just spoke with the applicant on how to implement this so that all issues are addressed. Typically, how you would implement this condition is the operator would consult with a plant ecologist or a botanist and would develop that success criteria. That success criteria would be submitted to the county. The county would then consult with the state, because now we have a professional that is weighing in on this. If the success criteria, whatever that may be, 5%, 10%, 15%, is agreed by all parties, then what happens at reclamation to protect the operator and to protect the county, the operator would go to the botanist or plant ecologist. They would go out into the field and do a quick survey of the site and say, yes, based on standard practices for determining success criteria. And a lot of these biologists, what they do is they take a transect and they look at all the species and they'll determine a percent coverage. And then they'll write a letter saying it has met the agreed percent coverage. And then when the inspector goes out into the field 5 years from now with that letter in hand, he now has documentation from a professional that that condition has been adequately addressed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is the applicant comfortable with this wording?
So, and we don't have to now amend any conditions because you have the other ones in your
And I'll just show you those very quickly, just so that way everyone can see what's been discussed. So this is condition 25. It's just revising in here to say, the plan and as subsequently amended, and then just period, adding a capital at the beginning of said. And then condition 26 is also just acknowledging that the plan from November 2007 also as amended. And that really reflects all the changes that are to be done here.
Okay.
Okay. We ready for a motion? Oh,
Well,
do
I
we
think
have
we
public?
actually have to open it to the
Yeah, we
public.
do. That's right.
Yes, we do. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And I think we've had plenty of discussion with the commission members, so I think I'm looking for a motion.
Okay. By resolution, the Planning Commission adopts a negative declaration and grant reclamation plan renewal and modification, REC-2018-0001, for the project as proposed by the applicants, based on the facts and findings and subject to the conditions of approval, including modifications to conditions 16, 25, and 26.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Allison. Okay, then we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Wiedemann,
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtcamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Warner,
Yes.
Commissioner Purnell,
Yes?
Chair Ogle.
Yes. Struggle, thank you. Okay. Time for lunch break. We'll reconvene at 1:30, take an hour and 5 minutes. Case 6E, U 2018-0026 for David and Linda Gates.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mio Mendez. I am the project planner for use permit 2018-0026, a major use permit for a transient habitation resort and recreational facility. This facility specifically is to have a resort and recreational facility for 10 existing structures currently on site, which would include a 2,736 square foot main residence, an additional second unit, and accessory cottages throughout. Basically, what we're looking to do is, all in all, come back into compliance with the use permit process for this previously permitted resort and recreational facility. The project is categorically exempt through CEQA via Section 15301, existing facilities, and Section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures. Basically, what we're looking at here is also the site is served directly from State Highway 128. The fire district is CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE does have the responsibility. The site is served by on-site wells and septics, and the school district is the Anderson Valley Unified School District. If we jump directly to the use permit findings, after referring this project out to our associated agencies, there were no major comments returned. As I said, it was previously a part of a previously approved major use permit for a resort and recreational facility. So therefore, it is in compliance with both the zoning and general plan designations respectively, and also the Anderson Valley Community Plan. There were public comments received on the project specifically. Those comments were specifically about the dilapidation of certain cottages on site and septic. At the time, there was no memo prepared because technically those portions of the project don't necessarily intermingle with the use permit itself or the use type, the land use type that we're moving forward today. So I would then like to conclude my portion of the presentation by saying that staff does recommend approval, conditional approval of this project, and I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Yeah, is there a place during this renewal that the cabins would be inspected before habitation?
So in the project description specifically, the applicant has stated that it does want to do some interior remodels for some of these cabins. And then if we look at the conditions of approval, condition number 2, I apologize, let me move there specifically. Or my apologies. It'll actually be condition number 7, which states that the applicant shall secure all required building permits from Building Inspection Division of the Department of Planning and Building Services for all construction, structural modification, establishment of signs, and compliance with handicap accessibility for the facility if required.
Okay, thank you.
My other question is this application, I see that there was a previous one that permitted 14 cottages. Are we changing the density with this application? I'm not clear on whether the main house is the owner's residence or whether that's part of the guest accommodating facilities.
I'm sorry, I should be saying my name every time, but Mio Mendez, Planning and Building Services. So basically what we've done is, although there were 14 cabins previously permitted, we have reduced the density to 10 existing structures, which would include the 2 residences on the property, or the 2 designated residences on the property.
that are not for transient occupancy?
They are all for transient occupancy.
Can county staff describe what is transient occupancy? I mean, it just seems like this is a resort and recreation and also transient occupancy. What, how do those two work together?
Jesse Davis, Senior Planner. So transient occupation is typically a stay or a short-term stay less than 30 days. Within the use type category, resort and recreational facilities is underneath transient occupation or transient habitation as a specific use. So transient habitation being rentals less than 30 days, resort and recreational facility being one of those use types.
Okay, thanks.
Of the cottages, as it's referred to, in the original use permit, how many of them were full-time residents? And with that same question, how many of them had bathrooms of those cottages? I understand the main house had a bathroom, but how many had bathrooms and kitchens? And what do they have currently?
Mio Mendez, project planner. So that information seems to be a little lacking, and I don't want to give you incorrect information on that, specifically on sanitation and kitchen-wise. But I do know that as a guest cottage, you're not allowed to have a kitchen within that sort of facility.
So we have 2 residences and 8 guest cottages, which mean those guest cottages do not have cooking facilities.
That is correct.
Okay.
Do they have bathroom facilities?
If brought to current code, they should.
Not currently.
I can't necessarily answer that question correctly, but I do have the applicant here who could give us a better rundown of what's currently in those cottages.
I'll wait for that.
Is this site currently in operation as a business with a business license?
We're not 100% sure. I have not seen any online advertisement for the site, so I could only go off of what has been submitted to me. And it was previously permitted as a resort and recreational facility. Has it continued between the time it expired in 2014 to now? I'm not sure.
And when it got, my understanding, the first use permit, it was an 80-acre piece, 80 plus 80 acres, and now it's only a 40-acre piece. When that transpired, the sale of half of the property, did the use permit, did that affect the use permit?
Mio Mendez, project planner. So actually it did. So in 1994, if you look under related cases, it's actually the first one that was brought up. It's minor subdivision 1994-0008 and use permit 1994-0005.
What page are you on now?
So this should be the first page of the staff report.
Okay.
In the related
Yeah, here we go.
applications section.
So this was the full project that not only legalized a resort and recreational facility on both sides, but it also split that parcel and created 2 40-acre parcels, give or take.
Right. That was the 1994-0008 plus U minor subdivision. Now, in the use permit was to permit 14 cottages, admin office, and conference room in, that's 1994-0005. So can you just explain the 80-acre to the 40-acre and how it is today? Is all the development on the 40 acres, and was that use permit based on, because it talks about trails and things like that, based on the 40 acres, or was it based on the 80 acres?
So Mio Mendez, project planner. So right here, what you're seeing in the related cases, you're actually seeing cases that were brought on both sites. And what we're seeing on the site specifically in which we're dealing with, you're looking at the guest cottages and the 2 residences on the property. The vineyard is on the adjacent site. The conference room and administrative office are also, in addition, on the adjacent site.
So all habitable developments on the 40-acre site?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Mio, one more question for you. What is your understanding about the impetus for this use permit before us today? Is it simply to bring it into compliance, possibly based on a complaint or a code enforcement action, or are they going to be initiating a business there? I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
Okay, so Mio Mendez, project planner. Just going off of what has been submitted to me and what I've had to work with, what it just seems as is a resort and recreational facility trying to come into compliance specifically, and I'll ask the applicant to expand more on this. It's about providing short-term housing opportunities for adjacent resort and recreational facilities, specifically the one right next door.
And has the existing cottages and house been long-term rents right now, acting for long-term rentals, providing housing for people in the community?
Mio Mendez, project planner. I'm not sure.
Okay. Another question for the applicant.
I have a question. The staff report says that there's possibility of some special status species near the pond, but that it likely is outside of the project area. Do you have a map where you could show us that so we could verify that it's outside the project area?
Mio Mendez, project planner. It's my understanding that the CNDDB map is confidential.
No. We ultimately just utilized it for the identification of the species.
Got it.
So you can just remove it right
Perfect. Just had to clear it with my senior planner before I, did something I wasn't supposed to. But if I
That's good.
Very prudent of you.
go specifically to. So as we can see here, you're looking at the north end of the parcel. Specifically, you're looking at a flower. I apologize, I do not want to.
Basically, it doesn't sound like the project.
Right, I don't want to mispronounce that name, but it is not in the project area.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Seeing none, we'll hear from the applicant or the agent. Someone here, please come to the podium and state your name.
Good afternoon, Dave Gates, property owner. Yeah, I'm here to answer questions, and I do have a few images to show you what's out there. It's been in place for some time, and so we're just trying to renew our application that we had for a number of years. So I have a few images that give you a sense of what's out there now. Yeah, when this was an 80-acre piece, it was approved as a B&B. So the administrative and wedding sector is on the 40 acres to the east of us. And what was splintered off was the main house, the McDonald house from 1885, plus the cottages. And the approval that happened was allowing 11 more units, 2 tennis courts, swimming pool. It was a complete resort element. And the two were going to work together to be a B&B and support. And they splintered it off. Don't ask me why. So we ended up with the piece that has the main residence and the cottages on it. So just really quickly, I don't have a pointer, but that shows you the property. At the top of the map is Highway 128, and you can kind of see the structures. They're all below the forested Doug fir zone at the top. Next image then should show you, should be the site plan of what the approved plan was.
I apologize, I think I just crashed.
Just don't erase it. All right. So the approved plan, which to my negligence, I should have renewed it when the time came up. I didn't know that that was required. Anyway, here you see it, a little hard to read, but you can see the tennis courts, you can see the proposed units, a loop road, most of which is in place today. And you can see Highway 128 up the upper right corner. I have a better graphic so you can see where the pond is. Go to the next one if you would, Mio. This shows you the different units. There are 10 facilities, one of them. Number 8, if you could read it, which was the barn, which was the old Wells Fargo stop, which we would love to have saved, but the weather took that down. Unfortunately, that had been there since 1860 something. Beautiful barn in my mind. So the others are the number 1, closest to the highway is the McDonald residence. And then you see there's a barn next to that. And then number 10 through upward are the other cottages that are there. And they've been rented throughout this duration. Next image, you can see the pond. Oh, sorry. Back up a little bit. You can see the pond in plan. I need a pointer here to help you, but well, never mind. It sits up at the upper corner. So these are the cottages sort of working from the main house on the upper left, the front of it, then the back of it. There's a stone winery building. You see the front picket fence, and you see the unit number 2, the back of it, which is on the middle left, front and back. And then you see the other units, which are up closer to the pond. They sort of sit around the edge of the pond. And then you see the pond itself. Gravel roads throughout, year-round roads. Like I said, it's been occupied the entire time. I think there might be one more image, maybe not. Yeah, okay, there it is. So there you can see the pond. Those are all the habitable units now, devoid of the approved master plan, which had 11 more units and the other elements on it. And you can see our neighbor, one of the reasons we're doing this is we have a manager. There's wedding venues going on. Our neighbor has 36 weddings a year, no place for people to stay. So if you go down to Hopland and other areas, there are 4 venues and nowhere near enough market for weddings. And actually right now is a high season because it's harvest. And what will be our competitors are like 65% full right now. So that's our goal, is to work with a neighbor and get those wedding venues. And it is short-term. It's not people who are looking for a home. It's for people on vacation and resort style. And we've actually just repainted 3 of the cottages in the last 2 weeks, and we'll be redoing the inside. These have to be furnished. So we will furnish them for the wedding venues. And they'll get the rose and the bottle of wine when you move in. Anyway, that's our intent, and we're really here because it expired, and we didn't realize it, and so we're here to take it back to where it was. Happy to answer any questions.
Do all of the cottages have bathrooms?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And are they empty now?
2 of them are there because we did have some long-term. We've had 2 people there. One works for the neighbor. They've been there for about 7 or 8 years. The rest were all more transient. But they're vacant now because we had it for sale. To be honest with you, it did not sell. Part of the reason it didn't sell was we realized we were out of conformance. So a buyer would have had to come in and redo everything. And people were not totally willing to do that. So we said, okay, we'll fix it, get it up and running, and show a market record in which will make things different. And we have a manager who knows more about this than we do.
Right.
We're novice to this. Just a beautiful piece of property, is all.
And I'll just ask you another question. that I asked earlier. So they have your bathrooms. You have two buildings that have kitchens, correct?
They all have kitchens except one.
They all have kitchens.
Which is the guest. Yeah, they have to. They
Okay.
have to be habitable. So they, I think by ordinance, they have to have complete living facilities, except for the guest cottage, which is the guest cottage to the main house.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Have the septic systems been reviewed to this point?
Actually, we did have them reviewed. One of them probably needs to be reamed out. It wasn't draining. You know, we noticed in the winter it wasn't draining up to speed. So we'll be doing that before we have them habited.
Does each cottage have its own septic system?
No, they're grouped. There's two systems. There's a third one designed, not in place. There are two systems for the units that are there now.
Okay.
And where are the septic systems located? I don't know that it's on the map.
How can I point? Yeah, right, go toward the road. Right in there is septic system number one. It takes the lower units and then go up, just up to the other side of the pond. Oh, sorry, there's, if you go, well, there's also one in the field there for the upper unit. And actually, sorry, there is a third one, which is right there.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot, there was one by the main house we didn't even know existed. And it's been functioning for many years.
I don't know if it matters at this point, but are there plans to do something other than service the adjacent property as far as housing on the property?
No, at this point, it's resort recreational. That's our market.
No, I guess what I'm saying is, I mean, do you plan to put in a swimming pool or, do you plan to try to support these people that are staying there, or they're strictly there for the adjacent property?
No, if that happens, we need to come back to you for approvals for those additional units and those improvements. This permits what's there now.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go back and if we want to move forward on the 11 proposed units, we're back in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
There's no architecture. It's a master plan approval. So regardless, that would have had to come back with architecture, roads, parking, everything that would go with that approval. We might do that, but we're going to watch the market for a few years, see what goes on. And we would probably need a partner. That's going to take a deeper pocket than we would have. But I think ultimately that would be the highest and best use for this. That would be ideal in our mind.
Excuse me, Planning Commissioners. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. We've just been notified from the executive office that there is a white minivan out front with the windows sealed and a dog inside. If anyone owns that minivan, please go now. The Sheriff's Department is being notified. Thank you.
Whoa, it's hot out there.
Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public who wish to address this item?
Good afternoon. My name's Dr. Frederick Fry. You have a 4-page letter from me. We don't have to add any more to that. I think that pretty much puts forth what I believe. Thank you. My son.
Excuse me, before you sit down, we just received this letter this morning, and I'm not sure we've all had a chance to read it. So perhaps you could just tell us a little bit about what is in the letter? We just received it this morning.
Really? I sent it on the 21st of August.
It just came in our packet. We probably already had our packet, I'm not really sure. So we just received it this morning. So perhaps you could give us a synopsis of what's in the letter? Sorry.
You know, I've been lecturing for 55 years. I'm not used to reading notes. I do it extemporaneously. But if you've got your notes in front of you, do you all have them?
We do.
My question is transient habitation. I give you the definition of transient and the definition of habitation. I'm not sure that this really pertains to either one of those. Mr. Gates was talking about that there's no place for people to stay if they're having weddings. Well, we have a number of wedding chapels in our area. Our immediate neighbor has one that's very active. They have one essentially every weekend. And most of those people don't stay overnight anyway. And there's a place for the bridal group to change clothes or do whatever they wish, but there's no overnight stays. And there really, I question whether there's a need to have an overnight stay here. Most of these people are bussed in with large vans, these long things, and they're picked up and taken back to where they parked in various cities around the area. It's from the standpoint of habitation. It's well known in the area that there has been failures in the septic system, and it certainly exceeds the carrying capacity for a high population density. We're talking about all these cabins. Most of them are not habitable now. And I cite the information specifically. I met Mr. Page, who owned this property prior to the time that the Gateses purchased it. And our property is immediately west of them. And at one time, Mr. Gates was bragging how he had put it over on you guys. Mr. Page, I'm sorry, not Mr. Gates. And because he had his own way of doing things. One of the things was he didn't believe in flashing roofs and windows and so on, so that the rain would come in when it did rain, and a lot of black mold. My wife and son and I looked at these properties with the idea that we might purchase them, tear it down and use it as a conservation area to keep things not happening. Similarly, there was another property right immediately above us that we thought about doing that. Well, we didn't buy that one, and that now is occupied by an illegal marijuana grower of some substance. And that's now metastasized next door, so now we have two growers. And the Sheriff's Department, the Department of Fish and Game, Water, Air, Forestry, they're all looking at it, but no one wants to touch it, because in the wisdom of somebody, they went ahead and legalized marijuana grows. They may be paying property taxes, but certainly not income taxes. And they're now, instead of making money for the county, it's costing money for the county. If I sound upset, it's because I am. I think what I'd like to do is, if you guys are willing to read what you have, I'm not going to read this thing to you, but it certainly sets forth what I believe to be the truth. So, listen, unless you have any specific questions for me, I see no advantage to reading it. Well, I spent a lot of time thinking about it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
It seems like you've lived there a long time as a neighbor. So when this property got its use permit in 1994 and did a minor subdivision at the time for a resort and recreational facility, what's changed? Because here they are back trying to renew a use permit. And I understand that there was probably a lag in that it kind of went into disrepair, wasn't really used. Maybe it was used for long-term rentals.
Well, Ms. Wiedemann, that predates our occupation. I purchased the property in 2000.
Okay.
And we established an organic farm on it there.
Right.
My son and I, my late wife and I we have two homes up there. Actually, an east and west wing. But I can't speak to prior to the time that.
So the question is, since you've been there, has it been used for has it been used for resort and?
No, but there certainly have been people living up there, probably renting some of those cottages. I think some of them are really unhealthful to be living in. I haven't looked at all of them. I did look at a couple of them. Anybody else? I'm sorry that you got that so late, because as I sent it weeks ago. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My son.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I'm Eric Fry. I live on the property contiguous to the west of David Gates. I like David. I like his wife, Linda. But my interest is in what's good for the neighborhood and for the watershed. It is a beautiful piece of property. It has a beautiful forested area on it, and I'd like to see the watershed maintained and not destroyed like is what's happening above us. And that's a whole nother issue. Okay, so we moved in 2000, and as far as I know, I've never seen 33680 Highway 128 used as a transient occupancy property. It has been used as a multi-residential property without an on-site manager. And I guess the question is, have there been any transient occupancy taxes paid since 1994? That would be the evidence that it was used that way. David and Linda are absentee landowners. Their tenants have caused some issues for us in the past, requiring multiple calls from the sheriff and animal control officers. And they found abused and neglected animals who were seized and arrests were made. I found crossbolt on my property, and we've got a sign that's all shot up. I could have brought pictures of that, but I'm not. Those are coming from the yellow house. I think it's a different tenant now, but you know, that's, can't choose your tenants. I did inspect a property in 2005 and again this year, and the buildings and the roads, they sure don't look like they conform to the fire guidelines stated in the application. So yeah, the surfaces, the passability, turnouts, egress of the roads are a particular concern. Will it be a requirement that the property be brought up to current codes before the issuance of this permit? I hope so. There's already too much transient activity in the neighborhood, in my opinion. And with the noise, I mean, got the generator from the guys up the hill running all the time. With the weddings that occur every weekend, at least the partying stops at 10 p.m. If you got people staying in these transient occupancy places, will there be any? Will the noise just keep on going all through the night? Yeah, I would say whatever you can do to preserve the watershed is a private concern to me. If you got any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you.
One last thing. I'm sorry. I happened to text the guys that run the weddings because I heard what you said, you know, that you were doing this for them. Neither one of them have been contacted by you regarding the use. They're not asking for this. They run weddings at both ends, either side of our property, and neither one have asked or reached out for transient occupancy habitation for their wedding guests.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members from the public who wish to address this? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners? Comments? Questions?
Well, I just want to say, I'm assuming that everything has to come up to code as part of this permit. Right? Okay, just wanted to make sure of that.
Make sure your microphone's.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to make sure that everything would have to come up to code, all the, if not the owner's personal residence, but at least all the rental residences, the transient habitation would have to come up to code, correct, as part of this use permit?
Mio Mendez, Planning Department. Yes, that is correct. Actually, additionally, there are conditions of approval that require it. Specifically, in addition to if there is any new ground disturbance, speaking to some of the individuals from the public who wanted to know about expansion of opportunities. If there is any ground disturbance whatsoever, this project will have to go directly to the Archaeological Commission because there is a condition of approval that states that any new ground disturbance would require an archaeological survey.
And may I ask, what building code are these cabins going to come under?
Yeah, it'd have to come under standard, is it 2017 California Building Code?
Okay, because they've been there a long time. So
Not long enough to be grandfathered, though, I don't think.
that's what I'm getting to the point.
Jesse Davis, Planning and Building Services. So to answer your question, Commissioner, ultimately, depending on the level of rehabilitation those structures are going to be subject to, right? Ultimately, whether or not, a percentage of some structures may or may not require any rehabilitation and therefore may continue in their current existence and operation. However, depending on the level of rehabilitation, that would then subject that structure to the California Building Code of today, ultimately, depending on the level of rehabilitation.
So there'll be building inspection. This use permit will tie the upgrading or the rehabbing of these buildings to a building inspection, a thorough building inspection, right? That will bring it up to, safety standards.
That is correct.
Not only for the inhabitants. And will they have to do all the CDF regs as far as turnarounds and et cetera? And egress and ingress?
With regards
thought
to
that was there.
those CAL FIRE, it's my understanding that CAL FIRE preconditions have already been submitted. And if not, if they are associated with any new building permits, then CAL FIRE would be required.
Okay.
I would think that if they aren't requiring significant changes, such, let's just say leaky windows, they're not going to be required to get a building permit. So then therefore, there wouldn't be any oversight
Right.
on the improvement of these structures. Okay.
I have a question on your agency comments. It has here environmental health had a comment, but perhaps it's in here and I overlooked it. Could you tell me what their comments were?
Mio Mendez Planning Department. Yeah, so their response specifically was just in regards to them having a permit for a standard well and septic requirements apply, was their comment.
Okay, so apparently they are legal and acceptable? Is that what the definition is?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to re-ask the question.
So they are up to date, they're approved? Is that what they're saying?
What they're saying is, anytime that a permit would come in, they would have to meet those requirements that would apply.
So we don't know if they're acceptable now, is that correct?
So our environmental health department did not indicate either way.
Thank you.
Was the original use permit for the cottages done in, the 94 use permit and the renewal 2014-006, did they define those cottages with kitchens, or were they just guest cottages, like a detached bedroom? I'd like to know that, because the owner stated, oh no, they all have kitchens. And I want to make sure that the original use permit stated that they all had kitchens.
Mio Mendez, project planner. So the use permit did actually not call out whether it had a kitchen or not.
Okay, so we need to define that a little bit going forward. If you're asking me, I'll speak for myself, you're asking me to approve a use permit, and the applicant's saying, oh no, they all have kitchens and they all have baths. And I've lived here a long time, and I know a little bit about use permits and guest cottages and cabins and rehabbing them and becoming long-term rents. So I'd like to really know what that original use permit stated, what they were allowed for in the transient. It's not about the use, it's about how it's defining those buildings, those cottages, because I think that's important. And why that's important, I'll embellish it, because the original septic systems designed for that, the water systems matter if you have kitchens.
And that's kind of why I was asking if we'd altered the density, that assuming that they had septics planned out for those 14 cottages, it
Yeah.
probably would cover it, but maybe not.
If that's the case, the planning department would like to take a short recess to pull that permit and verify whether the kitchens were in those cottages or not.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I don't know how long a break you'll need to.
10 to 15 minutes should do it.
Thank you.
And maybe you can look at both use permits, the 14 and the 1994.
Will do.
Yeah. We can't go into Foster, huh? Why not?
Sorry.
During this recess, we'd like to actually move the agenda forward. So we'd like to pause this item and to begin the hearing for the next, to allow for us to ensure that all items on the agenda are heard today.
Thank you.
That's what I was hoping for.
We all were. So we'll go on, take a break from the previous item and go on to 2011-0002, B 2011-0017. The applicant is John and Myrna Foster. Welcome back, family.
I'm back. Let me just get a little set up. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Vandy, Planner 2 with Planning and Building. Excuse me. So before you, I have a minor subdivision along with a boundary line adjustment. That would be, the boundary line adjustment is of 3 parcels, rearranging the parcel boundaries. One of the resulting parcels would be subdivided, and it would be an 8.93 acre parcel created into 4 parcels of 1.08, 1.12, 1.33, and a 1.74 acres, and a 2.79 remainder parcel. This is located about half a mile west of the Laytonville Town Center on the south side of North Road. It has a general plan zoning of RR with the zoning district of RR1, so that's a 1 acre minimum. The parcel is within the Long Valley Fire Protection District, the Laytonville Water District, and is served by PG&E. The parcel has a range of biology due to previous uses. There was a previous industrial site there for lumber and wood burning. So there's some very barren land, there's some tree stands, there's some grasses, a couple of ditches, and there are some existing structures on the parcel as well. There's 3 residences on 3 of the proposed parcels, and 2 of the proposed parcels would be vacant. With regards to referral agencies, there were no major concerns really from any agency. I would just like to note that the Regional Water Quality Control Board, their initial comments were just that there is a historical record of there being a riverine going through the parcel. However, due to the industrial uses, this riverine system was disrupted and that riverine no longer runs through the parcel. Looking at the map, there is a riverine over here, kind of, which is on land that is affected by the boundary line adjustment, but unfortunately, conditions can't be placed onto the boundary line adjustment. Additionally, there's a lake pond to the southwest, and previously, before the industrial use, the flow kind of went across the property like that, but that is no longer the case. And Regional Water Quality Control Board had used this past riverine map to provide comments stating that if this is still existing, then there needs to be protection of it. And the past planner who was working on this project before I received it misunderstood the letter and tried to require additional documentation of the riverine. However, once I took over the project and reread it, I made the determination that that previous planner had incorrectly made their determination. And when I reached out to the Water Quality Control Board upon taking control of the project, they had no comments regarding the riverine system. So moving forward with key issues, the general plan, and the project is consistent with both the general plan and zoning district for RR. The project was brought to 2 separate subdivision committees, April and May of this year, and the committee found the project to be compliant with the Division of Land Regulations. And with regard to the environmental protection, an initial study was completed and a neg deck is proposed for the project, finding that there are no major impacts on the environment. And before staff recommends approval of the project, I did provide a short memo that I had prepared this morning. Upon final review of the project, county staff determined that a condition be added by the commission, and I propose language in the memo, and you can use it or you can alter it if you wish, but it would be, prior to filing the final map, the applicant shall restore all proposed parcels to an acceptable condition as determined by the Code Enforcement Division of the Department of Planning and Building Services. Any non-inhabited trailers, hazardous materials including broken glass and metals, and loose garbage shall be removed from all proposed parcels. And so it's really up to the Planning Commission if they want to add that condition, but staff did not feel, despite the condition of the parcel, the staff did not feel that this has a major impact on environmental protection. It's just what the Code Enforcement Division would consider junkyard conditions. There was, going through what the Regional Water Quality Control Board provided and what the past planner had worked on, there was environmental hazard assessments done, and it was determined that there was no hazardous chemicals on the parcel when it was tested. And with that, staff recommends approval of the subdivision.
I had a question on your memorandum here. It says any non-inhabited trailers. Would there be recreational vehicles that could also be parked there that are non-inhabited? So would that pertain to them?
Well, all any parcel that has, Vandy Planning and Building, any parcel that has residential uses as a principally permitted use do allow the storage of one travel trailer in dead storage. So I wanted to say inhabited so that it didn't exclude anyone from having that one trailer in dead storage.
I'm not sure I'm interpreting it correctly, but I would say a non-inhabited trailer could be a recreational vehicle.
Well, travel trailer includes both travel trailers and recreational vehicles by zoning code definition.
Yeah, I guess I'm just having trouble with that sentence. Any non-inhabitable, so we'll say any RVs, hazardous material, and loose garbage should be removed from all proposed parcels. So I kind of interpret that to be recreational vehicles as well as non-inhabited trailers.
Well, so travel trailer includes recreational vehicles as well as mobile homes. And there's the difference is in size. So recreational vehicle is any mobile or transportable structure under the size of 40 feet by 8 feet. And a mobile home is any structure that's on wheels or mobile that is greater than 40 by 8 feet. So the use of the term travel trailer covers both RVs and mobile homes.
Am I missing something?
No, I think it's okay.
Questions for staff? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Molly.
could I ask, the access roads, I see that there's an access that comes to serve the parcels from North Road.
Correct.
Will there be any connection to Lakeside Drive?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Vandy, since 3 of the proposed parcels are already developed, did the applicant make a statement about why going through the trouble and expense to do a formal subdivision that results in really only 2 new developable parcels?
Not that I'm aware of, but we do have the project agent available with us, so, yes, and the applicant is here too. So I'm sure they can answer that question.
Any other questions for staff?
Just as much as I'd like to see them clean up these parcels, I don't feel like we can actually ask them to clean these up if they're not in some way contributing to the watershed, which sounds like the Regional Water Board has agreed that they're not.
Well, it is also in violation of code enforcement code. It is considered junkyard conditions, which is a violatable, but it's a offense that can be violated. I don't know how to say that sentence. But in speaking with code enforcement, the conditions are considered junkyard conditions, which other places around the county have been violated for.
Okay.
Other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, can we hear from the applicant, please? Or the agent, or the agent.
Good afternoon, Jim Ronco, agent for Mr. Foster, who is actually here as well. To answer some of the questions, first of all, the condition of the site is something that in the course of development we're going to remediate. Unfortunately, there has been situations where trespasses have occurred. We've got a travel trailer sitting there that a squatter drug in there and took police action to get them out, even though we made repeated attempts to get them out of there. So, you know, the condition of the unit or the site is something that Mr. Foster is aware of and has been working towards trying to get resolved. The parcel division itself is creating, in essence, which we've already said, 3 units of residential use and 2 which are currently not occupied with residences. The tenants in some of these buildings have expressed a desire and are under contract to purchase those residences. So in order to accommodate them, we did the infill with the 2 available lots to provide affordable housing sites for Laytonville. This project, when we get it completed, will increase the width of North Road by a 10-foot dedication along the north line of our parcel, provide for the improved Vista Del Lago Road to the other parcels, and it will additionally, because of the requirements of the Laytonville Fire and CAL FIRE, we're going to put fire hydrants along Vista Del Lago Road, which will make the safety issues for these folks far better than what is existing in much of the other areas of Laytonville. We don't have any issues with any of the conditions of approval. We work with the Department of Transportation, Environmental Health. All these items are things that one would expect to see in a 2019 subdivision, and we're fully intending to complete those. So beyond that, I don't know what we have as a transition site. This was rural, then it got to be used for a mill site. That got cleaned up, and now we have people living there, which we have people next door as well. And these parcel sizes will be in conformance with the zoning as well as adjacent parcel sizes. So, you have any questions? And if you want to put that condition in, we don't have a problem with it. We're going to do it anyway. But it might help us in explaining to some of the neighbors why they need to be better housekeepers.
Questions? Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Discussion with commission members. Any comments, questions?
I just have a general kind of question, and that is, any known progress on a sewer system for Laytonville?
Yes. Would you like me to address that?
Yeah.
Okay. County council is gesturing otherwise.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gadrowski, I don't think that's really on topic for this. I mean, if there's a concern about what's on this site for water and septic, we
No,
can
it isn't.
address that. If we just want to talk about that generally, we could do a quick thing in matters from commission to ask anything that staff knows about, and we can report back later.
Okay, that's fine, thanks.
So it appears currently there's septic systems for the 3 parcels that have residences on them, but not for the other 2. So I guess if they were to be developed, that would be one of the requirements at this
Correct.
time.
From, that's a condition from the Department of Environmental Health.
Thank you.
Well, I just have to say, we need more housing in Laytonville. And with the conditions as proposed, in addition to the new one proposed in the memorandum, which I'm supportive of and glad to hear that the applicant is as well, I think this would be a great project for the community and kind of complete the transition from the old lumber town of Laytonville to what this area has become, which is really the residential center of the community. So right now, it's just sort of a combination of like a slightly overgrown site and a barren site, and it's in messy condition. So the idea of, you know, improving this and really bringing it into the neighborhood, I think would be in service to the community.
I just had a question in the red here. You have all the conditions are predicated on the successful completion of boundary line adjustment. The planning commission's not involved in that, are they?
No, the boundary line adjustment was approved by the subdivision committee. It's just we had to add it to the title of the report because they were kind of processed together. But for them to complete the boundary line adjustment, it involves them getting current on their taxes, as well as providing an approved meets and bounds description through the county surveyor, Mike Bell, who would provide us with his approval of the parcel descriptions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or discussion items? Then I guess we're looking for a motion.
Okay, we're ready for a motion. By resolution, adopt a negative declaration and grant minor subdivision MS 2011-0002/B 2011-0017 for the project as proposed by the applicant based on the facts and findings and subject to the conditions of approval, including the new one presented today.
I'll second.
Through the chair, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gadrowski, I'd like to number that condition and add that to the list. I might actually add a new header to that saying special conditions after number 37, and then make number 38 the additional condition from the memo from today. I'd also just add the word travel trailer. The wording you have, Vandy, was non-inhabited trailer.
No, add travel.
I wanted to add travel to that, since travel trailer is the defined term. So that would modify your motion.
Great, as amended. Thank you.
Acceptable?
I agree.
Okay, thank you. A roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Wiedemann?
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtkamp?
Yes.
Commissioner Warner?
Yes.
Commissioner Purnell? And Chair Ogle.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. And thank you, Commissioner Warner, for your service to the Planning Commission and the county.
Thank you very much. Thank you for yours.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Randy.
Almost there.
So we'll go back to item 6E. You're back, Neil.
Gates. Where am I standing with that?
I know, you're feeling well. We are ready.
Afternoon again, Commissioners. Mio Mendez, Project Planner. So after reviewing the use permit and minor subdivision previously adopted for the site, it seems that all cottages on the property were actually permitted as with the amenities of a full single-family residence.
Just one quick note for the record, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, we're back on number 9E, if I'm correct.
Yes.
That wasn't stated, was it
6E, is it not?
6E? I'm sorry, yes.
I thought I
Letter E
stated
for sure.
that, but. Yes.
Thank you, Mio. Now, so the original use permit allowed these cottages to be, say that again, full-time residences?
No.
Allowed full, what do I want, habitable with
What was the
kitchens and
wording?
bath.
Yeah. What was the wording you used, Mia?
The word I used was amenities.
Uh-huh.
I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
No.
But basically have the different aspects of having a full habitable space, being a kitchen, a restroom, and things of that
And
nature.
was there any size restrictions put on those?
We did not see any under our review
All right.
of the previous permit.
Thank you. I just needed clarification because it wasn't in my package.
The only concern I guess the biggest concern I have is that I would like to see this as a transient and recreational facility and not multiple full-time residences. And is there anything that we can, I see here where the applicant has to make use of this permit within 1 year, or comply with payment of fees, well, say, shall result in the automatic expiration of the permit. Can you define that, number 2?
Mio Mendez, Project Planner. So for condition number 2, that speaks to the operation itself, that it is operating as a transient occupancy resort and recreational facility. They're conducting their short-term rentals.
So is there going to be somebody monitoring this, or does the county have the staff to follow up on things like this? Does code enforcement do this?
I apologize, Commissioner. Let me convene with my senior planner.
Okay.
Jesse Davis, Senior Planner. One thing that should be important to note is that the zoning of this property is upland residential. So for any long-term habitation to occur on this property, it could only occur within the limitations of that zoning district, meaning that long-term habitation of this property could only happen within a single-family residence as well as an accessory dwelling unit. So by the zoning district itself, we are limited in terms of these structures being used for long-term residents. If they were to be used by long-term residents, it would be in violation of the zoning district in which those limitations are stated. So therefore, by the zoning district itself, we have sort of protections around these structures otherwise being utilized in an inappropriate manner.
Okay. The other issue I'm having is the description of whether this permit is being fully complied with within 1 year. Does that mean that all the residences need to be upgraded within 1 year, or does it need to be functioning as a four out of the 11 are working, or how does
That's
how
a
does
good
this
question. If I may, through the chair, Jesse Davis. It would behoove the applicant, and we would expect that the applicant obtain their business license to operate said business. That would be one expectation of the use permit itself. So maintaining that business license to allow for transient habitation. The next aspect would be that ultimately any of these structures, that any work necessary has been commenced and is being diligently pursued. Ultimately, it's not enough just to simply have that business license and not otherwise take advantage of it. If under this use permit, the expectation is that these structures are to be utilized, we would want to see within 1 year any rehabilitation of those structures being commenced. Now, there's no timetable associated with this, there's no phasing of development associated with this, so ultimately it's up to the applicant themselves. Staff is going to be reviewing this for not only the license, but also with the expectation that work has commenced on some of these structures, as indicated by the applicant. So our clawback measures are rather limited at this stage, but that being said, it's our expectation that the applicant, A, again, hold that license for a business license to operate, and that B, that work has been commenced and is being pursued.
I remember a couple of times in the past, well, one in particular, where this question of will the transient cabins actually be used as their purpose or become long-term residents for family members or friends. And one way the county used to track it was the TOT. And so a condition of the permit was to require the owner to submit his records of his property bed tax to the county. And if you think that's important, it might be something that could be applied here.
With discussion with council, staff could, include a condition that would be worded to a similar effect, that ultimately the applicant indicates the active business by providing on an annual basis the transient occupancy taxes therein required. And that would provide us, an indication that, the property is actively being utilized for short-term rental activities in conjunction with the business license.
Right, and of course it means keeping track.
And paying the transit occupancy tax as well.
And paying, right.
Is that on an annual basis?
That would be up to the commission to determine if we were to include a condition of that nature.
But if they only pay their transient occupancy
They're
once a
typically paid
year.
on a quarterly basis.
Okay, thank you.
And if we need to know what permit that was for, it was for the Hemingway Ranch, the Jackson Grube, I believe they're calling it the Newport Inn on the coast. Yeah. And I will just say, as a matter of discussion, I think I was on the commission in '94 when this came up. At the time, I was not in favor of allowing the parcel to be used for this amount of cabins. I think I had to leave the commission in that year because I was losing my health care and I needed more hours at work and I couldn't come to the meetings anymore. And so I may have left before this final approval. But it just kind of goes to show you, be careful what you wish for and be careful how you vote. It's kind of isolated in a sense. Staff report says it's near Yorkville, and sure, it's kind of near Yorkville, but it's really kind of out there by itself. And I think I was not alone on the commission at that time thinking that this was a little far away to set a kind of dense cabin situation. But didn't prevail. That's not unusual. So
If I may, through the chair, in reviewing this previous use permit, Jesse Davis, senior planner, it should be noted that the Planning Commission approved the minor subdivision with a 5-to-1 vote. However, the Planning Commission denied the use permits U5-94 and U6-94 on a 4-to-2 vote. It was later appealed to the Board of Supervisors, which reversed that decision, to quote history here.
good, thank you. But now that the permit's been given to the property owner, it's a different story.
Right.
And I don't know that I would favor taking the right to the cabins away from him.
And I think too, you're going back to 1994, and since then, there's been so much more development along Highway 128 with B&Bs and event centers and things that I'm inclined to
More
think.
wineries and.
Yes, wineries, that there is probably a need for that.
Like, the only real concern I have, like I say, is that it's not used for full-time residents. I know how, what a demand there is. And if we can put language into this that would require them to submit their records at least once a year, I would be in favor of it.
In response to the statement, we are actually currently crafting a condition of approval that we will add, that will bring back to you and answer that question.
Okay. And in Anderson Valley, I think someone just stated, it's got to be one of the hottest areas in California when it comes to people wanting to invest in resource and real estate for wineries and bed and breakfast. So I can see there being a demand, even though it feels like it's out in the middle of nowhere.
And this is the beauty of a 7-member commission, because we get a lot of different perspectives. I'm 5th District representative, and even though I understand the need for transient vacation rental housing, so to speak, that there's a bigger need for long-term rentals, because all those beautiful Pinot grapes need a lot of workers, and all the people who serve the inn need a lot of workers. So for me, I am going to support this based on it wasn't a permitted use permit and they're cleaning it up, and I appreciate that you're bringing it into compliance and bringing it up to better levels to serve the public and to serve the community. On the other hand, I can probably guarantee a lot of those cabins, cottages, were long-term rents, affordable rents for local people for many years. And so it's kind of a double-edged sword. That happens. And but this use permit was about validating that property and recognizing its use for transient habitation. So as long as they meet the requirements for bringing the cottages and the dwelling units up to code, current codes, I'm fine.
Well, this is an easy yes for me. It seems like there's some history to the property, and I think that this can be really like a celebration of some early settler history and provide just a beautiful destination facility for folks coming to basically spend their money here. So in a way, this is part of an economic driver. And it's the opposite problem that we have with the vacation rentals, where we're concerned about homes that should be long-term rentals being converted to short-term rentals. So this is actually a very clear-cut case of where it's appropriate to have these short-term rentals, and that kind of feels like a breath of fresh air. Because for all those short-term rentals that we're saying no to, on this one, I think we can feel really good about saying yes to. So it seems like there's a lot of work ahead for the applicant here in meeting these conditions, but it seems like it's going to be a really sweet little place. And as far as the neighbors' comments about, you know, whether or not there's been contact with the next door neighbor or not, that doesn't concern me at all. What an entrepreneur does is take risk, and if he's willing to take this risk to launch this business and has the confidence to do that, the market will respond accordingly. And it doesn't matter to me if he's serving the next door wedding facility or somebody else. That's up to the market to decide.
Is staff working on additional condition?
If I may, Jesse Davis, Planning and Building Services, we have prepared a condition that speaks to the request of the Planning Commission. I do think it's important to note as well that ultimately, as these structures are brought up to compliance, that's not the sort of purview of this use permit ultimately, but the building permits subsequent to the approval of this use permit. So when building inspectors are on site, they will be ensuring that the structures are adequately reviewed for the use intended. So ultimately, it's important to separate that and know that the building inspectors, through the building permit process, will ensure adequate compliance with our building code. That being said, I would like to read this for your review. And this condition would be added to the end of the use permit as condition 23. And it reads, to ensure the use of the property for transient habitation, the applicant shall provide to Planning and Building Services a statement from the treasurer tax collector indicating payment of transit occupancy tax on an annual basis. And I can reread that one more time. To ensure use of the property for transient habitation, the applicant shall provide to Planning and Building Services a statement from the treasurer tax collector indicating payment of transit occupancy tax on an annual basis. It's June, I believe. And per the suggestion of our Deputy County Counsel, it was indicated that we should include a date in order to ensure that an established calendar date has been chosen, and we would suggest July 31st.
I'm a bit confused on the annual payment. I thought I heard it was quarterly.
It was. Ultimately, we would just require that on an annual basis, a statement be provided indicating that transit occupancy tax has been
Paid for the previous
for the previous period.
Thank you.
And then the onus, excuse me, the onus is on the property owner to go to the tax assessor to get that and mail it in.
That would be correct. And again, the payment can be, typically it is done on a quarterly basis. Ultimately, that would be at the decision of the applicant, how they would want to proceed with those payments.
Isn't that a county requirement?
It is. So ultimately, I'm sorry, I should say that ultimately the applicant will need to ensure that they are fulfilling their quarterly responsibilities with regards to payment.
I think the only other issue I'm having is that there's probably a good chance that most of those cabins did not look as dilapidated as some would said they were. And there's a good chance they may not require a building permit.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see someone I don't see a planning and building being out on site except if we have significant issues out there.
That is correct, ultimately, if I may, through the chair. And so it will be, any one of those structures, if they do require rehabilitation that does require a building permit, a building inspector will be out there, ultimately, to ensure that that structure is meeting the purposes of the building permit.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, a planner could accompany, ultimately, and I would encourage a planner to accompany that building inspector to ensure that, the site is in compliance with the findings of this use permit. That would be something that could easily be accompanied along with that building permit review process.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Then I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move to approve U 2018-0026 with, how do you want me to say with the
Submit.
okay, I'll do it this way.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski. I did notice there wasn't really a motion written up here, so I have one written up.
Okay.
And I'll add that language. By resolution, grant use permit U 2018-0026 for the project as proposed by the applicant based on the facts and findings and subject to the conditions of approval as amended at the hearing on September 5th, 2019.
I make a motion to approve.
Second? Okay, and roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Jacobson?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtcamp?
Yes.
Commissioner Warner?
Yes.
Commissioner Purnell?
Yes?
Commissioner Wiedemann?
Yes.
And Chair Ogle?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's treasurer. I wish we had a treasurer, but I don't think we do.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for spending the day with us.
Yeah.
Not trying to be a TOT, are you?
Good luck.
Matters from staff.
Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building. We have a small presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission, Madam Chair, Nash Gonzalez, Recovery Director. I have served this county as a director, as a planner, as an interim director, and I have been asked, because of my capacity in serving throughout the years and having served with Commissioner Warner for a number of years. And I heard her say earlier that she was on the commission in the 90s, and I was a planner back in the 80s through the late 90s, and then left, came back. And so staff had said, hey, can you introduce the resolution and read it out loud? And with that, whereas this is a resolution of the Mendocino County Planning Commission expressing thanks and appreciation to Molly Warner. Whereas Molly Warner served as the Planning Commissioner representing the 4th District from March 2005 until September 2019. And I would say that we know that there's some additional years, but you came and went. Whereas she could present a reasonable argument that any number of coastal policies were applicable to a project even if no one else ultimately agreed with her. And whereas in 2009 she worked tirelessly in providing input on the general plan and survived the 12-hour work marathon to a point where she and the rest of the Planning Commission almost collapsed from exhaustion, but got through it and sent the general plan on to the Board of Supervisors for adoption. And whereas on many rainy, windy, and icy Thursday mornings, she made the trek over the mountain to Ukiah to fulfill her obligations as a commissioner, disregarding her safety on our dangerous roads to ensure the citizens of Mendocino County could move forward with their projects. And whereas she never fell asleep during an applicant or staff's presentation, no matter how dry the subject matter was. And whereas she always had a very professional, calm demeanor and could always keep the commission focused when she served as the chair of the Planning Commission, never letting anything or anyone faze her. And whereas she always expressed concern that the road standards be adhered to when reviewing a subdivision, ensuring that proper planning always conformed to the general plan. And whereas she has seen a variety of land use applications come through the county, including subdivisions, conditional use permits, controversial surface mining applications, unique out-of-the-way resorts, and so-called innovative but infeasible coastal development projects, the general plan update and its 50 accompanying rezones, the UVAP and other numerous projects, and whereas she actively participated in the debates regarding each application before the commission, offering thoughtful insights and leadership and extending support, cooperation, and guidance to other members of the commission. And whereas she served the county of Mendocino for so many years that at least 3 planning directors and 2 interim planning directors have come and gone during her tenure on the commission, but most importantly, she earned the respect and admiration of all of these individuals and county staff for her commitment to the Planning Commission and the citizens of Mendocino County. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Mendocino County Planning Commission hereby sincerely and publicly says thank you for nearly 15 years of service with us in behalf of the citizens of Mendocino County. 2, the Mendocino County Planning Commission wishes you well on your departure from the commission and extends its best wishes for success in future endeavor. The foregoing resolution is introduced by Commissioner and who move for its adoption, seconded by Commissioner. And I'll turn this over to the chair.
Thank you.
I don't know. I think you maybe have.
Yeah, let's not forget.
So moved.
And I second.
Got it.
All in favor?
Get it, this is my last meeting.
What am I gonna do?
Oh, you'll have somebody real good right here.
Okay.
Real good.
Well,
So-
Molly, we are really going to miss you, and it's just been an absolute honor to serve with you. And like the word thoughtfulness comes to mind always. And gosh, you ask great questions and have such a gentle and persistent way of bringing out key issues and really trying to get into the truth of things. So I respect you tremendously and wish you the very, very best.
Well, thank you very much. And the same goes for you and you and you and you and you. It's just been amazing to work with these people all these years, the old greats, Alan Filari and Frank Lynch, who came up with that idea of the sending in the TOT. And the directors, Ray and everybody in Nash, and wonderful staff, wonderful commissioners. I remember my first mentor was Billy Cornett. He had been on the commission for years. He actually died while he was still holding his seat, as did Al Valentini from Ukiah. And anyway, trip down memory lane. We got such good training in those early 90s. The Planning Commission, I don't know how Ray and Alan arranged it, but we had a helicopter tour of the rangeland and ag lands when we were doing a lot of certificates of compliance. So we got a look from the air. When we were doing the coastal plan, and we were just finishing that first one after we just got a general plan out of the lawsuit. The general plan was 3 years old. We got a tour on the Coast Guard vessel going up and down the entire Mendocino coast so we could see development from the water. It was just incredible. I don't know if those things can happen anymore, but I'm very honored that I was part of it for a long time. Thank you so much. That was lovely.
Thank you, Molly. And we do have a motion on the floor in a second, but we haven't voted on it yet. So all those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye. Yay, Molly.
And I am to do what with this?
Fill it out now that I have a motion. So let me fix it. I'll
Okay, okay. It has glass on it, so it's a little hard to sign.
I know, I can't sign with the glass. I'll have to fix it.
So matters from commission.
Well, I think my supervisor has a good person to appoint for this chair, or this district. I'm not sure when that'll happen. I think by October, if not by the next meeting.
Wonderful, thank you.
October.
October, okay.
So we have to wait and see.
Well, I don't think I should pre-opt his announcement.
Okay.
But there's a hint, 50%. It's a he.
His announcement being Dan Jurdy.
Yeah.
It's Dan's
Oh,
announcement.
okay.
Dan's the,
Oh, okay, got it.
Well, I just want to thank you, Molly, for, maybe I haven't spent a lot of time sitting on this board with you, but we have been in the trenches on the coast, working with a lot of wonderful people.
Absolutely.
And for all the workers, we may ask questions that you go, why are they asking these questions? But it's all about trying to do our best, bring out our best to uncover things, right? And yeah, it just warms my heart. I think of Eleanor Severco, and
Yes.
who was one of our best mentors. Yeah, so I hope you get a lot of fun in, on your time off.
Well, I'd still be here in heart and spirit and mind, but it's my voice and my body just is aging out, so time to go.
Thank you, Mel, and I have to agree with what everyone else said. I've been through now in, what am I, 11 years, 10 and a half years, I guess, and work with commissioners, and a lot of people have asked me, why do you do that? Because I call it my community service, and I said, I don't think I've ever worked with a group that has done their homework and asked really interesting questions, and that I've learned so much from. And everyone that I've served, that's served on this commission since I've been on, has been that way. And it's been a real learning process for me. And you've been a tremendous part of it. You and Jim Little and Karen, when she was here years ago. I have learned so much, and thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Any other?
Long day.
Yes.
Molly, I just want to thank you. Linda and I, we get wound up here sometimes talking about different issues when we probably shouldn't be talking. And you remind us of what the protocol is, so I
Yes.
appreciate that.
There should be another training for Brown Act.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
that's true.
Then you won't have to ask anybody.
I know.
No other,
Great. 19th, great.
oh, next meeting? Do we have other items on the agenda? Okay, so that may be a long day again. Okay. 2 cases, okay, great. Any other items? Matters in commission? Okay. We have no minutes to approve, so I guess we need a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that. No, I make a motion that we adjourn. See, I need some training.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, I didn't want to make that.
No.
All right, Madam Chair, one more signature.
Oh, yes, that's right. Do I have a special pen for this one?
Pen, 'cause then-